Good evening and good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you're connecting from. My name is Ezra from SA, and great to be here tonight or this morning. It's already morning in Africa, especially if in Central Africa and East Africa, and still afternoon in America and other places, and morning in Asia. So thank you, family, for being there for us. And thank you for blessing us with your presence. And thank you for always supporting the channel. I really want to quickly just thank everyone who's been supporting us and also helping us to reach our target for this month, which was to reach at least 197. But our main target starting February is to go for 200,000 subscribers. Let's start February with 200,000 subscribers. So yeah, family, thank you very much that we've reached 197,000 subscribers. But our main goal is to go for 200,000 subscribers. So join us tonight or this morning, as some call it the midnight show. And let's have a chat. Let's talk about, let's continue from the conversation that His Excellency and the other team were talking about, and just cut off the negative. Let's stick to the topic, which was really for today, which was about common currencies. And let's stick to that, and let's build. We are builders, and that's what we are here for. So family, join us and let's talk about the topic. And I won't be wasting a lot of time tonight. I'll get down to the main topic, and I'll even share the link for those who are just connected. Probably they still had a lot to share, but yes, because of time, and we had to now come and extend this live broadcast, and just continue where we left off. So it is really a great opportunity to be here, and I'll quickly just pray, and then we get into the real business for the day. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for this morning. Thank you for blessing us with this opportunity to come and speak to our fellow brothers and sisters. We pray, Heavenly Father, that you strengthen us, that you be with us. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being there for us. And thank you for those who are connecting from different places. Really a big thank you for your support. And yeah, family, join our membership, support, become a patron, become a YouTube a member. And under the YouTube membership, you can have a lot of options there, and select the one that's best suits you. And yeah, grow with us. We are growing as a family, and that's what we are planning, and that's the goal for us, doing things as a family, acting. And this is the year of action. As you know, that Swahili Nation and One Africa movement, the plan for this year is to be brutally honest with ourselves and build. That's how we act. That's what we are here for. We're here to build as Africans. We are not just here to just talk only. Yes, talk is the foundation, obviously, and then now we need to start building. And yeah, I see some people already joined us. Berhana joining from Sweden, and some people from Yanatan. Thank you for joining us as always. Always a pleasure seeing you. Berhana Mozeski joining us from France. I'm Sweden. Sorry. The only hello Dumela the only Jumbo Ampo VP. There's a lot of people. Julie Skies. Thank you very much for always being there for us. Really means a lot, and this is a really a good thing. Thank you, family, for joining us. Had to quickly just switch off something here, and yeah, family, let's talk. Let's talk. Let's talk. The topic for today, you know that His Excellency was already talking about the common currency, the common currency. So let's come and talk. And I think the inspiration was taken from the tweet that the president of Rwanda, Paul Kagame, had just shared. I'm just going to read the tweet quickly. Let's see. Where he was talking about this topic that we're talking about, the common currency, where he says Africa must and can be independent in all aspects. Let's begin with our currency. As long as Europe and America control our money, they will control our economy. We need African common currency backed by our resources, not by a dollar or by euro. So that's um, His Excellency President Paul Kagame of Rwanda. So, what do you guys think of this? What do you guys think of this? What do you think we should be doing as Africans? Do you think this is a great idea for us to have a one common currency? And from my memory, it's not the only leader who has been suggesting a common currency. Even the late Muammar Gaddafi, President Muammar Gaddafi, also once he was pushing for the agenda of one common currency for Africa, and yeah, the dream somehow and that discussion really just died down when, obviously, when he was assassinated, and during the civil war there in Libya. But here's another leader who's saying we should be thinking of a common currency that is backed by our resources. Since we have the resources, those are our strength. That should be the backbone of our currency. So, what do you think of such a topic? What do you think of such thoughts and ideas that we should have a common currency in Africa? Common currency for everyone. Using our resources as our backup, and moving away from the dollar, because I remember at some point, if you look at the history of the currencies, prior to the dollar dominating most of the global markets and stuff, gold has always been. It's still a relevant resource, and something that is used sometimes to also peg some of their currencies. But it was the dollar before it was the gold before the dollar. So here we are. His Excellency Paul Kagame saying Africa should use its resources as a for its common currency. And as we know, we have a lot of gold in Africa. In many countries, there's gold. So that could be one of those things that we could use as well. Because I remember even all leaders that have always maintained that we should be moving into a one Africa currency is to use either the gold or even oil, but more specifically the gold. So yes. I see somebody's asking me a different question. We are continuing for Stephanie Asia. It says, may I ask a question related to the topic? Yes, as Stephanie says yes. I hope you've been answered. Uh, Stephanie, we are continuing on the common currency conversation. So yeah, that's why we using that. If maybe I'm answering you correct. So we are continuing on the same topic because there was a lot of hiccups during that live stream. So we are still continuing on the same topic, and we had a lot of people who showed interest in continuing with the topic. So I hope I answered you, Stephanie Asia. And let's stick to this. Let's erase the bad energy. Let's stick to the topic. Let's stick to the real thing, and don't worry about other things. My tattoos, nothing like that. let's talk about common currency. Is Africa ready for a common currency, and should we be using our resources to back our currencies? So this is a topic at hand, and I would love to hear from you guys, and it'll be interesting, guys. Let's stick to the topic, and suggestions, let's put them later. At least when towards the end of the show, it's the best time to put suggestions and topic to discuss going forward. So, but for now, let's all apply our minds into the main topic of tonight, or the topic that was started by His Excellency Maker, about common currencies. So let's stick to that for now, and the rest we can always suggest at the end of the show. Thank you, EE. I hope that's noted. And I see we already have our brother, to Niger, on the line. And can't wait to hear his point. As usual, I know that I'll be challenged, I'll be learning. And welcome to Niger.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, thanks.
Always,
Thanks for having me on
always,
this one.
always a pleasure seeing you, brother, and always enjoy seeing you here and always learning from you.
I hope I learn from you too. it, it has to be two ways now. So, yeah, this one, I feel like this is a very big one because currency issues is a very big one. It's a first world kind of problem, and you see, I obviously I prefer everything to be everybody to come together and all the rest, but I feel like we need to do other things first before we start shifting into currency stuff, because if people understand the nature of currency is one of the biggest weapon they have against us, and because our currencies are tied to their currencies, and Federal Reserve of America, no matter how much they print, their currency doesn't depreciate in relation to ours. But if we print, our currency depreciates. So this is why they are able to print 20 trillion this in dollars and give each other loans. And Africa just remained penniless. Not, it doesn't matter because they control the exchange rates. And as a matter of fact, America specifically controls it. Because the way it works is that, you know how Kagame said that it should be pegged to the natural resources and all the rest. America used to peg it to the gold standard before, and they just willy-nilly just removed it because they fear that because they were printing so much money, and then they may have to increase the value of their gold to be able to cater to the fact that they are printing so much money to boost their own economy. Because they fear that other people will start worrying that they're going to increase the price of their gold, and those people have gold reserves in America too, and they may want to come and remove it, like the French and the British. America just decided, you know what, we're not going to use gold standard anymore. If you like, take your gold, it doesn't matter. So, so now they're just printing money from thin air. So how do you compete with that? And it's a serious debate, because if somebody is able to print money from thin air, the only way you can compete with them is to do the same on your own side whenever they do on the other side, because it's like cheating, isn't it? Because that's why they accuse China. If I don't know whether you remember, there was this tiff they were having with the Chinese about 8 years ago, 10 years ago. Now they are talking about all the other issues they have with the Chinese. Before, it was about currency manipulation, intellectual property. Yeah, you see. So that currency manipulation is about this war. That's what it is. Because when they print money, the Chinese do the same. If you try to so they don't like it when also, how they say now, if you do something and some other person does it, you start pretending as if the person is a bad person. Why in reality they just wised up to what you are doing too. So the Chinese competed with them on that one, and somehow they resolved it quietly because they don't want that one to blow up in their face. And so that's where Africa needs to get to. But to get to that point, you need to be able to face them down, because how do you face the people down? Because this one is a big one for them. It's a big one for them. They really want to control that. And if you try to take that from them, that is going to be their end, because they printed so much money that they don't have values, that is not tied to real values on the ground. Basically, America's financial system is just tied to power, nothing about value.
Hmm.
So if you try to take that from them, you better be ready to take their power from them, and that is going to be bitter. And this is why I think maybe Kagame, maybe we should build our continent before we start talking the tail of a lion. And let's fix our own back end first. The ones we can fix, let's fix those ones, because even in his own country still has issues that he needs to fix before you start inviting people to come and take you out. If the UK try to do what Kagame is talking about, they will have problems with America.
Hmm.
That is how important that is to the US. That's their superpower status.
Exactly. And just to add something there to Niger, I know there was some conspiracy in terms of why what's his name the late Muammar Gaddafi, why he
Yeah.
was removed from power, or why everything was sponsored against him because of this thing of common currency that he was advocating, because this was something that he really believed in, especially with passport, the One Africa passport, the common currency, a lot of things that were going to benefit Africa. And whenever he raised this thing, he was forever sidelined. Even leaders in Africa, they'll talk about it, they'll kind of withdraw. They've never the zeal to even push this thing.
Because they understand. They've seen the eye of the tiger and they thought, okay, bad idea. Let me tell you something. I think the thing about some people, some leaders is that make mistakes is that they hear good ideas. They just say, oh, let's go, let's do it because it's a good idea. But they don't understand order. You have to use, there's a certain order you carry out these things. You can't, the Chinese didn't start currency manipulation with the Americans until they know they have tested all their nuclear weapons and had all their dots in a row. You can't start messing about when you're not ready for that kind of conflict, because Africa is not ready for that kind of confrontation right now. And if you put yourself in that position when your military is so thin on the ground, these people don't play around, man. On that one, they don't. And because even in Europe, if Europe tries to challenge America's supremacy on that front, Europe will have issues, because basically they are trying to cut America's throat.
Wow, that's very true. And just hold that thought there. I just want to welcome our two brothers here, the voice Biggie and Hillary. But I'll like to allow Biggie to also just say his opening statements with regards to the topic at hand. Should Africa adopt a common currency, and how can we do it as well? So, Biggie, welcome. The voice.
Well, thank you. I usually say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and all that, but happy Monday to you, Ezra. Good
Yeah.
morning. uh, you know, this topic really adopting a common currency. Already we got nine others, if I'm not mistaken, with the ECOWAS and all that, that already adopted kind of the CFA currency, and we need to learn the history on how they got this information using the colonial mentality. Yes, Africa can adopt a common currency. First of all, if you look at any other country that are using as let's say Russia, China, they got a huge stake, including United States. The first thing you have to be united. We need to invest on each other, understand how our economy goes. Look at the euro. Euro already got so much flaky thing, where you got the Brexit that just happened because of economy issue and not being balanced. So yes, we can use and adopt common currency, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done prior to that, because once you are unified, then we have uh, our resources to back up. our currency. So, like you said, gold might be sufficient for it, oil might be sufficient. But remember now, U.S. Printing the petrodollar, I call it, and it's called, is based on the petrodollar. And they forbidden at one point that any U.S. citizen cannot even purchase more than an ounce of gold or something. There was a limitation in order to make the US dollar to be powerful. So now you see that everybody is using that paper and always been in the forex trading as something that you trade every day against the pound, against the euro. So they already established that based on their power. And the note says anybody that has the dollar in their hand is payable to the one that's carrying it anywhere in the world. So it was a guarantee that the United States put out there based on really a proof idea because it started with the fossil uh, oil, basically on what they guaranteed against. There's no gold attached to the U.S. dollar. It's just the petrodollar, the black gold. So first, yes, the idea is great, and I believe all Africans want to use one currency, one passport. But again, we need to really look at each other's source. So what we have to really balanced in the continent, or we're going to have to create some kind of idea, just like the petrodollar, that we guarantee you and such thing. Are we going to be able to create this dollar, or I mean this current currency we call African currency? So yes, we can adopt that, but there's a lot of work before even getting into that. Because if you say the dinar, I would say the Ethiopian would probably say, I just want to adopt the birr, and before that, it was equivalent to a dollar. The word birr itself, it was equivalent to the dollar with a 1 to 1 or something like that. Something very almost equal, but our economy and our strength, our unity will bring us the common currency. And actually, the when it comes to traveling across Africa with one African passport, it's tied into that. We'll have one passport as we'll have one passport before having a common currency. So that's the thing that I looked at, and on the last session, I'm glad I didn't get involved. I sent out the information. I just came back from church. I said I want to say something good and not something that I'm going to have to fight through. It's a good Sunday that I had and a good prayer, and to all of you and everybody else that I get involved with. So this common currency really it has a lot of work to do. So in order to achieve that, we all as Africans should work on a common economy, on no frontier. So we have that to build before the common currency. That's my take.
Thank you very much, Biggie. I'll also come back to you. I've got two questions, in fact. I've got one for two Niger and one for you as well. But I just want to give our brother Ellery, and then we'll come back to those questions that I also want to ask regarding the currencies, especially in your regions where you guys are coming from. So I know two Nigers from West Africa, the ECO or the ECO single currency, which is the one for ECOWAS. And there's another one that was proposed in East Africa, and there's one for Southern Africa as well. But yeah, I'll come back to those questions. But Ellery, welcome, brother.
Hello. Thanks for having me on. I won't take up too much of your time. I think Africa adopting a common currency is a very good idea. It's a nice idea. It would be very difficult to achieve because we're talking about a continent that has over 54 countries. And then you have the situation in West Africa with the CFA, which is controlled by France. I mean, would they find a way to financially prevent those African countries from taking part in this new plan for a one common currency. They might see it as a threat to what they're doing. So, and then the other thing is, would it be a case of there would have to be a lot of trust, because like in the European Union, the 27 or 28 member states, they have a central bank, and that's made up of the national banks of those countries. So to have one currency, would we then go through the same process of utilizing the national banks in Africa? And then which countries would have good banks? And then let's say we all found the countries that would have a good bank. We all started off with this organization, which might be seen as a threat to ECOWAS, I don't know. But let's say we started off with this organization and certain member countries joined. How would we make that currency very powerful on the international market? Because it would be competing against the pound, against the dollar. And then within Africa, you have the CFA thing. I think it's a very good idea. I mean, I like it. But I think it will be, there's going to be a lot of work. It has to be a lot done with, would you say, with monetary policies and stuff. But I don't think the CFA will make it any easier for us to do that. But that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much, Hilary. There's a question that I'll be asking to Niger, and I would love to hear his view, what you just raised now, especially the ECO, which is the ECOWAS currency. To Niger, just a topic on the ECO, or the ECO currency that was proposed by ECOWAS. ECOWAS member states, and Hilary just raised something with regards to this, the franc, the CF franc, which was obviously in the West Africa. You have a lot of so-called former French colonies, and them having to integrate into one currency, and obviously having a sort of a conflict of interest for France. What's your take on that, especially since you guys have I think in Africa currently, you are the ones that have been really pushing it more than the other regions, the ECO.
Yeah, I think West African somehow, I don't know what is going on there. It's almost like we tend to be able to push things a bit faster, and I actually think maybe it's because Nigeria is such a big country there, and you have one big one that can generally help push agendas and also follow agendas more easily. It's not like most other regions where they have similar competing powers. I may be surprised that the Southern African region don't have something off their sleeve really. That said, that ECO that they wanted to put together in West Africa, the French obviously came and hijacked it. I think that's one of the most recent overt actions that I've seen from the French in terms of actually clearly coming to interfere with affairs on the continent. When people talk about the Mali one, that is nothing compared to this one. This one, the whole West African region is talking about the currency, and at the last minute, the French just stepped in with the Francophone countries and hijacked the whole project. Basically, just hijacked it. And because they understand the importance of these countries pegging their currencies to the French currency specifically. Because if such a large group of people are pegging their currency to yours, and that was you'll be deriving a lot of profit from them, basically for free. They are working for you, in other words. Because whenever the French prints out more money, the other side doesn't have the ability to print money, and the French will get richer, but the other side will have to, because when they say pegged, they have to keep exchanging with the French at the same exchange rate. It doesn't matter how much, it's like saying the first time you peg your currency to another currency, the exchange rate was one-on-one, one-on-one. Then they go, then they had, let's say 100 francs. Then they go and print 100,000 francs. It's still one exchange rate. The 100 francs you have in your pocket is still the same. They will still have the ability to do whatever they like on the other side. You can't, because your currency is pegged to theirs. When you print, it will devalue yours. So, and if you look at the world right now, you will see how few countries peg their currencies to any other country other than the US dollars, because that's what I mean about the power. if the European Union, the only reason why they are able to do what they did, and maybe that's the stuff maybe Africans can copy from, is to say that you have your currency, at least because you have a large enough number of countries within that currency, you can create your own ecosystem of currency. But with that currency interacting with the world, that's what the European Union did. It's not backed by anything. I see this thing about having currency backed by something. It's a false this thing. Now, clearly, if you do that, what's going to happen is that the others will just print more, and you are going to be, how much resources have you got? You literally uproot the whole African continent, they will just print more money. So they are wised up to this thing. The European currency is backed by some kind of guarantees, like guarantees. No more. What is? It's not backed by anything, just by guarantees. Some kind of financial jargon, bankers guarantees. That's what they say is backed by. And this is what when they say it's backed by, I think they probably mean that if we say we give you so and so amount, it means that whatever happens, we are going to abide by the fact that we promise you that amount somehow. God knows what that means. It's not backed by gold because most of their gold is in the US. And the US has said that gold doesn't even matter. It's not even backed by their currency is fiat currency now. It's not even backed by that gold at all. So in the end, what it boils down to, currencies are backed by powers. And if we create our own currency, I guess we could do that. Maybe that's where Kagame is coming from. But this idea of saying it should be backed by African resources, that's extremely dangerous. Because if you go and back it by African natural resources, the other people go and print, what would you do? That our resources are not worth anything. If they go and print 100 trillion, what is going to happen? How do you increase the value of your currency? How do you peg it to theirs? How do you exchange it? So you play the same game they play. This is why I said, when the Chinese did the same thing, they manipulate currency, the Chinese manipulate their currency. And they will take them to WTO, they will have arguments. Chinese will be like, you did it, you started it. If you don't manipulate the currency, I will manipulate my own. If you go and create 100 trillion, I will create 100 trillion. That's how we are going to roll. And the issue died down. But remember, before the Chinese did that, they made sure they have their security in order. They made sure that their missiles can travel very, very far. They made sure you have to do your due diligence first. You can't just go and start tugging the lion's tail and not expect something to come back to bite you. So if we are going to do it, yeah, we can have our currencies, because after all, Africa has a currency right now. But the currency still has to be somewhat subservient to the American dollar. In other words, you can't challenge the American supremacy of currency. If you try to do that, they will go through. You'll be what they will do. You just because Europeans are not even challenging them on that. So it tells you what you need to know, that this one is so sensitive to them that even fellow Europeans, if you challenge them on that, you are basically challenging their supremacy in this war. That war that they win, the war that they won in the Second World War, you are challenging that victory. Telling them that, you know what, you don't control the financial future of the world anymore, because everybody understands finance is how you control the world now. It's not by military. So if you want to do your own. But I think our people should understand, there are several stages to power. We are not ready to start taking on the power of America right now. What the power we have right now is to organize ourselves, to build our own infrastructure, become more industrialized. When you are ready, then you can say, you know what, we too have our own guarantees. It's not tied to our resources. Our natural resources are fine. Our gold is under the ground. Leave our gold alone. We too give you guarantees, and it depends how many people buy from you. You see, this is how it works. How many people will sign up to your currency when they are watching America? If it's like, why do you think America's sanction works? Because if they put sanction on any company, any other, like if they say, okay, nobody should trade with Mali, European countries will find it hard to trade with Mali, because if you trade with Mali, some of those European companies do some trade with America, they will be penalized. So it's who you sign up to, the power you sign up to. That's how the influence comes. It's not it's not like you just open a bank and you expect everybody to just come and buy from you. America is the superpower of the world. They are the ones people have signed on to. Even China, as powerful as they are, nobody's signing on to them. And if you try to challenge, that is their ultimate supremacy right now. When we talk about military power is just to guard them, because they can't just exactly go to war and start bombing people with nuclear weapons. If you do that, that's the end of the world. Their real power comes from their financial power, and they will do anything to maintain it. If you try to challenge it, be prepared. Even the Chinese are not challenging it, so that should tell you something.
Very interesting points that you raised there. And I think one of the questions that you asked about the control, I think it ties with what Jonathan also had to ask about. Main question is who and what institution will start and manage it? The AU? It's another topic. So I think when it comes to the monetary policy controls, that's where now the big challenge will be once you merge all these countries that will be sharing a common currency. Then obviously there will be those rules to say how much you can print, how much you can borrow, and as you said, is how many people will be willing to join that. Once there's also obviously restrictions, you won't just have the free reign, unlike when you are just a single independent country. But hold that thought there. I just want to hear Biggie. And then I'll be going to, let me just welcome Biggie. I'll come back to you. Let me just give Mwendatezi his opening remarks regarding should Africa adopt a common currency. I'll come back to you just now.
He did it on the last session.
You already said, I missed it. Remember, I was in another meeting, so I couldn't. But I'd love to hear.
Just let Biggie talk, my brother.
No. I'm just playing with you, man. Go ahead, Mwendatezi.
No. I'm okay. I actually did it.
No. There's nothing really. I'll get to my question. Repeat that what you said on the last one.
Oh, now I have to remember what I said. Yeah, but
you know what? If you forgot, Mwendatezi, there's a question that was Jonathan asked about this common currency. Let's say, obviously now we've seen that regions have been merging, like ECOWAS have the ECO. I think it has been postponed to 2027, the official launch or implementation. SADC has a plan to do it, but currently there's what they call, I think, Southern African Custom Union, where 4 countries share a currency in terms of exchange rate with the dollar. But there is plans to make one, and I know even East Africa, they have one that is also being proposed. But my question for Biggie was, is Ethiopia part of it? It looks like it was Burundi, few countries in East Africa that really signed up for it. And I wanted to hear his view regarding Ethiopia obviously joining there. So Mwendatezi, there is a question then, since you already said a lot in the first session. Here's a question about who should be managing such institutions.
Who should be managing okay. There is what happens when you want to adopt a common currency is that there are a couple of steps that you have to follow before you start rolling out the currency itself. Like you have to harmonize fiscal policy, harmonize monetary policy, and the only way you can do this is establishing a monetary. Okay, what East Africa is going through is establishing a monetary union, which is basically an official central bank, which when the currency is officially rolled out, that monetary union, that organization, it now graduates and becomes a central bank. So when you maybe now when you I don't know, I don't think Ethiopia is going to join the East African currency because they're not part of East Africa yet. But when they join as East Africa, I think it's in the works or something. Then they will have now to submit to the East African Central Bank, which is now the the East African Monetary Union. It was signed into law July. It got activated in July. So yeah, that is that's the person who controls the money. He'll control the monetary policies. I don't know if there will be harmonized fiscal policies, but I think that is one of the advantages of having common currency is now that things like fiscal policies, like borrowing or some stuff like that, it'll be regulated from one place. So you find that maybe countries will have to, when you see there's corruption in this country, one of the advantages of having a common currency is, hey, you'll have a lot of accountability, because what if you mess up your country, you mess all of us. So that's one of the advantages of having a common currency, is that if one country messes, like you see what happened with Greece and Europe, if you mess up your country, you mess all of us. So I think countries will be more involved in each other's affairs, and maybe if there is maybe instability, that will also mess all of us. So there will be a lot of accountability in Africa if we adopt.
But what happened with Greece is a signal that before you start having a common currency, you want to have a political basis for it, because the danger is that when you have a common currency, you force other nations that have different policies, different this thing. There is no sense of how do I put it, solidarity. When, like in Kenya now, if one part of Kenya is distressed, you see that the Kenyan government will go there and sort it out. But because if you have one common currency, but you don't have any political arrangement to say that you have a duty to care for any area like Greece was facing, then it will lead to different countries deciding that, you know what, we're not going to back them, we're not going to help them because they are not our country. You see what I mean? Like the Germans didn't want to help the Greeks, the British, all of them didn't want to help the Greeks. So this is why I think if that's a signal that if you want to have a common currency, you have to have a political union backing it. Otherwise, you run the risk of having the same problem. Remember, Greece lost a lot of leaders. Italy lost leaders because of that crisis. That almost led to the breakup of the European Union itself. So, because it makes sense, because the European Union was trying to behave as if they are not a political union, but they are a financial union, and that led to that problem that they had then. If we want to avoid it, we want a situation whereby you have to have a political backing, that if one area becomes distressed, you have a duty to step in. And this is why it has to be political, because if it's not political, any region can just decide to pursue their own policy and act reckless and get away with it. And then the central government or the central authority will have to step in to bail them out. But if it is political, then the agenda is set from the central area aspect. And it means whatever happens, you are responsible. Like the Kenya government now, in the example that I gave, if anything happens in any part of the country, the government is responsible. So they will have a duty to respond to it. But if that region was autonomous in some way, they'll be like, why should I? It's not my problem. It's their problem. And you have that friction occurring. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks to Niger. Just something I wanted to ask Biggie if he thinks maybe Ethiopia will join the East African community with regards to the common currency and as a member state as well. Biggie, are you?
Hold on 1 second. I just got messed up with my audio. Hold on, if you can hear me. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now, Biggie.
Sorry about that. For some reason, when I just went back to unmuted, I lost the Bluetooth. Anyway, for what you said, to join on the East African with the Burundi and all that, I think Ethiopia has to consider a lot of stability, a lot of things that has to be considered, and I'm pretty sure the government is working and looking at it closely. on how to be able to have such trading. I'm not sure. I cannot answer all that question for you at this time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Biggie. I'd love to welcome.
I think Ethiopia is it not in East Africa? Because I think Tezi said something about Ethiopia not being in East Africa.
No, in terms of the member states that are already, there's a group that already started this common currency thing as well. I think Burundi, Tanzania, Kenya. I forgot the names of the countries, but Ethiopia is not there. Yeah, so that's what he was also clarifying there. But I just want to welcome. I'm not sure whether it's a brother or a sister.
It's a brother. It's a brother. It's a Pan-Africanist, 100%.
Pan-Africanist. Yeah, that's why I had to be sure. Hey, because nowadays, His Excellency was corrected in his absence. I need to remind him about somebody else who said he's a lady, not a guy. But welcome, Tribal African.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I've been here before the first session, but it seems there was no link to join, but I think that this was not the discussion. That we're speaking about something else. Well, I'm a little bit late, so I don't want really to cut you people, man. I just want to make sure I don't take you back. I think it's about the East African one currency thing. Okay. Mm-hmm. Also, because I think the West Africa, because I'm from Cameroon, so I think the West Africa, though they say I'm Central West, people just like Clover 8, Central West, they can't really decide. Well, we are just in the middle of the hinge between West and Central Africa. So,
can I ask you something, Tribal African? Sorry to cut you, right? Cameroon. Where are you guys? Where do you want to go? Do you want to go west, or do you want to remain central, or do you want both?
Well, the problem is this. The problem is this. The bigger side of the country is French. And the French, because the bigger side of the country is French, they're in the CEMAC region. And the CEMAC region is mostly French-speaking country. You understand? So, and the CEMAC region, they've got their own CEMAC passport. So the country is a little bit split because Cameroon is both English and French. The English side is typically was Nigeria. So it gets splitted when Nigerians got their independence and the French Cameroon got their independence. Then there was a plebiscite. We were asked, where do you want to join? Do you want to join Nigeria or do you want to join the French Cameroon? And some people voted Nigeria, those in the north. So mostly the north of Cameroon, there was a big part that was chopped off and went to Nigeria. Then this little English side voted to join the French side. So it's still creating some tensions between the countries. And those people say, oh, it was a mistake. It was better we joined Nigeria. And it's always like that. So now we are just there. For now, it's West Central Africa. Some people say West, some people say Central. But we don't know. I think we just say we're on the hinge. We're both sides. Where the winds blow, we go just like that in the middle. Yeah. So I was talking about this one currency thing. So I don't know how the East African community is set up. So are you going to create a community the same time with the currency, or the community is going to exist, then the currency comes after? Do you know what I mean? Because, this is what I think, because I think to create one currency, I don't think I like that idea, but it's got so many challenges, I think they can create a community first, like the East African community, and they can allow each person to use your currency. Then, like the most successful countries that economically powerful can adapt those currencies. And they'll tell these little ones, you know what? If you join this currency, you're going to have this package. If you join a currency, we're going to have this package. I think that is going to be easy, because if you force people just to jump, some people, there's always politicians that always going to try to play both sides. That's what I think. But I think it's a really good idea. But how to implement it, I don't really know. It might be really challenging.
That's what I think too. It's good idea. As a matter of fact, it's forcing me to think in that direction, whether there are ways to get around the challenges, because you can argue that there is a strong case, a really strong case for having a common currency, because it's far more efficient. This idea we keep switching currency the moment you cross a border, and from it's just too anarchic, and it does have a penalty in terms of actual cost, and so there's advantage on all fronts. But I just feel like Africa, in terms of that is too deep, because what could result from that could be from the examples we saw in Europe, it could really spin out of control, and it means that we have to, like, the Continental Free Trade Agreement needs to be in place. That needs to be in place first. We have to have a sense of common this is security before you start implementing currencies, because currency is very, how people fight for money. It's very, very tricky, and who is going to control the policy? So there has to be a clear organization at the top of it, and then when you want to have a currency, you can have a system that people can trust, because all nations now have to use the same currency, and if they have to have a good reason to believe that that currency is not going to leave them without, So I just feel like there's a lot. It's a very tough one for me right now. It's easy for me. I can see the advantage. I can see why Kagame had that tweet sent out, because he's probably seen something that made him feel like, you know what, we are not exactly challenging America. But when he talked about pegging into the natural resources of Africa, I think that signals an error there.
What's wrong about why not? I don't know why.
Let me explain it. You're not here. See,
okay.
First, in America, they peg their dollar to the currency, to gold, and but America needed more money to do whatever it needs to do, research, go to the moon, and all the rest. So they print more currency. When they print more currency, what that means is that
the value of gold,
reduces. It reduces. So, which means they feel like and the gold is not entirely theirs. Not all of the gold is theirs. So the people that, it's like the French, put their gold there saying, this is the price of gold. And then you go and just print more currency, then the gold value reduces. What that could mean is that the Americans could say, you know what, the gold value increased, but I'm going to increase the value of gold now too, myself, before the French can get their gold back. So that could lead to problem, because if the French came and took their gold, then there's nothing even backing the American currency anymore. So the Americans decided that, you know what, we are going to decouple it from gold. Otherwise, we are going to be beholden to the value of gold constantly. Now, they just print money out of thin air, basically. Basically, they are the ones guaranteeing the currency, not gold anymore. And if somebody can guarantee currency based on just their name, and you decide that you're going to guarantee your currency based on your resources, who do you think is going to win that conflict? Your resources are finite. Their currency is not finite. They can keep printing and printing and printing. Your resources are going to run out. This is why the Europeans didn't make the same mistake. And I'm not even sure the Chinese do the same thing. So it's a totally different system of government right now, except the other parts of the world decide they are going to retrench, go back to the old ways where you peg it to natural resources. But even when you peg it to natural resources, there's still an element of trust there. In the end, I think what the Americans did, and it was a genius move, really, when you think about it. And people didn't see that coming. They just removed it and peg it on us, because in the end, that's what it is. You're just pretending that CVs was on gold. The only reason why people trust it is because the authorities are the ones giving the currency out. And it means that America is powerful. They can decide that, okay, this is the currency that you have to use to do your business. If anybody wants to challenge me, let them come and challenge me if they like. And since then, they've not looked back. And it's giving them a lot of advantages and free room to develop. It's a very, very insidious weapon that they've got, because they can just print anything they like. Their currency never goes down. Look at their debt. Their debt is out of control. And yet, their economy is still ticking, because who is going to crash the economy? Right now, if America borrows money from you, you are the one that has problems, not America.
Yeah, the thing with money is a very complex thing. If you try to understand this whole ecosystem of how money is made, produced, stored. It's a really, really complex system. Sometimes I just think, sometimes I think it's just a big fraud. I
The
just
reason
think
why it's,
maybe,
the reason why it's
let me
complex
just
to
think, I
you,
think,
it's not complex. They just print it from thin air. That's all.
yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, it's just a big fraud. I watched this documentary how the American makes his money. It's just paper. They just take some pieces of paper and give it value. So when people say we're gonna stick our money to to peg it to something, I don't really understand that complexity. No, I just understand it like generally, but deep down in details, I don't really understand how it works. So I just think whatever we're doing, we should make things that is going to work for us. No, sometimes we want to adapt so much Europeans models of their ideology. We try to always copy them 100% and try to implement it on our own people. That might not necessarily be what we want. Sometimes we need to create something that will work for us. So I don't know.
And just to add something there, I think what you just said as it's really something very important to note. Looking at us, if we are to develop institutions, because when you look at all these nations that have such models, like the European Union, for example, they have institutions that they have strong institutions. So for us to go into such common currencies and stuff, we need to strengthen our institutions. And even when you look at the whole value chain, even in terms of the companies that are in the financial sectors, they have a lot of them. That's why they can easily manage and control the systems. So unlike our countries, where you find that there are very few institutions that can really create other systems that will work for the countries, for our own countries. So I think those are the things that we need to also look into when we go into such as we are merging and trying to come up with like common currencies.
Exactly.
And I just want to give Jonathan. Jonathan. Okay, he says we must give him some time. Are you ready?
I'm here. You can
Oh,
hear me,
you're ready
right?
now. Yeah, man. Welcome, Jonathan. Nice. I liked your question. Jonathan had asked a question there on the comment section. Jonathan, I saw your question and I had raised with the guys here about the institutions who should be managing. What's your thought? Because you questioned AU, you had a question mark for AU on the institutions that need to manage this institutions.
Yeah, there's so many. I think a lot of points were raised, and I kind of have to agree. Our biggest issue before we even talk about currency is that you need good, strong institutions, obviously, to unite and have a more united Africa to begin with. And obviously, the AU is not really doesn't have the capacity and has failed a lot. And let's just hope that that changes. But I think if Africa ends up going towards that direction, which I actually believe it's a great idea, but you first need to build a more stronger institution that could handle that, and that includes uniting. It's not just about currency, and I think Biggie and somebody else also mentioned it. Is that if you look at the EU, for example, it's not just about currency, right? It's about free movement of people, free movement of goods. It's political, and it's definitely about security. Because most of the time, if you're thinking about the European Union, they don't easily let you join unless you are monetarily sound, first of all, and you have to have a certain amount of guidelines towards that direction. But it's also security, meaning military. We don't have that in Africa. So Russia is not freaking out about, Ukraine, for example, right now wanting to join the EU, because eventually joining the EU is kind of tied to joining a much bigger threat, at least through Russia's mind, which is NATO. So we don't have that. So even before currency, I think we need to have a much stronger, and I've always said, I think the African Union kind of needs to start uniting regionally first. I think people have brought up the fact I'm Ethiopian, and I still don't understand why Ethiopia is not part of the East African community as far as free trade and all of that. They have not joined yet, and hopefully that's changing. There have been talks about that, but before we even talk about currency, I think it needs to. We really need to think about a much stronger regional unity outside of currency. Every country is going to be independent of their own will. That's true. I think Brexit taught us a few lessons about the situation. It's not just, by the way, the UK, but there are other European Union countries that are questioning it. I will just give you a great example. When the last financial crisis before the pandemic happened, it happened in 2008 with the housing crisis that just basically was probably the worst at the time since the Great Depression, at least in modern times. Germany had to save a lot of countries, right? There was a lot of instability and all kinds of stuff that happened in Spain, in Greece. Do we have a solid country that can actually manage those kind of crises that might happen? Does Africa have that? That's a big question. So I think the idea of having one currency, there's a lot of other issues to solve first. That's my point on that, and maybe other people can jump in and fill in the blanks there.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. But this is my thing. We can't. I don't think we can wait for all countries to have the same level of security, economic development, infrastructure before we can have something. I don't think that's going to work. Like even now in Europe, some countries that in the EU are poorer than some African countries, if you need to take the GDP, that are part of the African Union. The thing is with me is that some countries that are doing really well can take the lead, like the big brother. Because if you tell me, come and join my union, I'm going to ask you, what do I gain? What do I gain that I don't have now? I think that's going to be a way to pull more people inside. Say, okay, if you join my union, you're going to have these services. These services will provide you with these services, like the bigger ones. I think because of that, they can pull so many small nations, and this nation is part of it. They're going to tell your neighbor, oh, look, I'm part of this thing. This is the benefits I'm having. Oh, just like that. I think if we wait for everyone to have this standard, it's gonna take forever. So my idea is big countries doing Nigeria, I don't know, Kenya, South Africa, I don't know more about this, can say, okay, let's start these things and let's see how we can make all these people come in. I think that way, I don't know, because small countries that join the EU, they have a lot of handouts. The EU helped these little countries for them to stay in the EU. If not, they will just leave. Despite the complaint about the EU or about the euro and things like that, they've got some benefits. And they say, oh, if I leave, I'm not going to have this benefit. I think because of that, some of them just stay. So if we can have this kind of incentive, like these big countries, just start trying to give people incentives, to make them feel, oh, this is important for you. This is going to help your country develop. I think that might work. That's what I just think.
A tribal African, but I'll ask this question to also Mwendatezi, and maybe Biggie to answer as well, and to Niger and Jonathan. But I'll love to hear Mwendatezi in terms of what you're saying. I think many nations, especially maybe if you look at the European Union's structure, how there's requirements instead of how you're suggesting. You're suggesting that people should be invited to join, if I'm getting you correct.
Yeah.
And it should not be about a lot of restrictions in terms of you need to have maybe so much reserves in your central bank, or your finances should be like this, your debt level should be like this. So is that what you're saying, that people should be allowed to join with without conditions, if I may use that word?
Well, I think they can set some kind of minimal condition, that they think some other countries can attain it, or they can push them to attain it. But that condition, this is my idea, you must make sure you're giving them something that they don't really have. That, you know what I mean? So you must make sure what you're offering them is something that they can have on their own. Then you can put those conditions. Because if you're offering them nothing and you have conditions, why would they join you?
Okay. But I want to ask the guys on the panel, how practical is this? Monatizi, do you think what Tribal African is proposing is practical in the financial sense, in the financial security? Is it practical for one to have a little or to none prerequisite before you join maybe a union of such?
I don't think it's practical. Actually, those requirements are there for a reason. When you share a common currency, like I said, it's money is very sensitive. You can't increase. We know when let's give an example. Like a country has massive amounts of debt. You cannot say let's come into our common currency and stuff like that, our block and common currency. Then they use your common currency, your currency, to pay off debt. You get. Now, if they use that large amounts of your currency to pay off their debt, what happens is that it sparks inflation in your currency. So that now, when you have inflation, now your deal. Inflation doesn't affect just you. It doesn't affect that. It won't just affect your own country. It's going because you're sharing a common currency. Inflation is going to affect all of you. Get. So that's why we have and my brother here was speaking about that African Union is not qualified is not yet ready for this, but it's not the African Union that is going to be managing the currency. It's going to be the Central Bank of Africa. It doesn't exist yet, but it will have to be a whole new body created. You get? It's not the African Union will have nothing to do with it, because this is a whole different type of thing to do. It does not deal with politics. It's not a political organization. It's strictly to regulate fiscal and monetary policy, because there has to be somebody to check, to understand, to regulate the flow of money within the economy. So personally, I've always thought about this, especially in East Africa, that a common currency is like one of the magic bullets to a progressive Africa. That is what I personally think. It's like a magic bullet, because all of a sudden you have countries that, who are interested in each other politically and economically. All your policies affect each other. So you find there's a lot of accountability that was not there before. Like now you can just do anything you want, nobody cares. But if the moment you have common currency, any sign of speculation, just leave alone activity, just speculation. Speculation of just that, oh my God, you might have a bad fiscal or damaging fiscal policy. That can spark a lot of problems. So you find that there will be a lot of level-headedness, and and when countries come together and a Central Bank of Africa also will have a lot of power in it. It will have a lot of power it's going to be very hard for maybe influenced. It'll to influence maybe Burkina Faso, or maybe a country just have bad policies, bad economic policies, just to please maybe a Western country, because if there is a Central Bank of Africa, they won't have that. So I feel like just having a common currency, it also inspires security, because there will now be budget spending on security, because insecurity in one country can cost us inflation. It can. So this there will be a lot of systems working. That's what I can say. That there will be a huge incentive for a lot of systems that are not working now to work.
So just one question for the brother. So do you think we need some list of tax that you need to they need to have before they can join the union, right? They need to have some requirements.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, there's a need to have requirements.
So
Plus,
is there a requirement that you think must be on the list? Is there something that is there one very important one that you think should be there?
Yeah, okay. There is already one that is normally put in place in East Africa. You have to have 50% of your GDP or less in debt.
Okay.
Yeah, I also think there's a lot of questions about spending. This is what I think European Union learned from the Greeks from Greece and Spain is it's not just about debt, but how much you're spending on social services. And a lot of the European Union countries that had to kind of save these countries at the end, they pretty much kind of put a tight, I guess you will say, a knot on their purse about how much they're spending on social services. This means on a lot of things that these culturally these countries are used to. So it's not just about debt. It's a lot more complicated than that. I think, once you are kind of in this kind of arrangement, you're also losing a lot of your independence. And it's a curiosity and a very important question to ask, okay, how much are Africans willing to do it? On that note, really quickly, I didn't mean to jump in. I know that I probably did. But if we're thinking about, the top 10 economies in Africa, obviously Nigeria is on top, and then Egypt. East Africa isn't the top 10. Kenya is a 6, Ethiopia is a 7, and then you have Tanzania as well on 10. And so these are big economies in East Africa that even considering, when we're thinking about Africa. So it's possibility, but you also have to consider the fact that once you're kind of going towards one currency, then, they lose some amount of sovereignty when it comes to their economic development policies. So there's a question about that. And again, this is why I keep stressing, before we even talk about currency, there needs to be a bigger understanding about the benefits of being more united at the regional level, especially, and then eventually, obviously, at continental level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is an element for something like
this.
What is that? Let me just say something quickly. For things like this, especially when we are trying to chart a path for Africa, we have to take into account that sometimes you have to delay certain things so that you can be sure-footed. Because if you rush into anything, you'll find that you suffer a lot of reverses that may take time to even get back to the same position again. The issue is political, and I don't care who is organizing it. And the point of the common currency, from our point of view, we are Pan-Africanists here. We want the best for Africa, and we support certain things. But for most people, they don't understand that idea. Why should they have common currency just because they feel like it sounds good? The thing about the European Union, what they had an incentive to create a common market first because of the world wars that they had. And then after they had the common currency, this in the economic community, the prosperity of that community gave them some kind of legitimacy to create the common currency, because it had record and it had success. The African Union doing stuff together hasn't had a lot of successes, at least not overt ones, apart from the Continental Free Trade Agreement, Common Passport. Even those are still being rolled out. That's why we have to be procedural. We have to go step by step. If you skip any step, you find that anybody that built anything knows if you skip the foundation and build a house, you're going to go back to the foundation again. And you always have to figure out that, okay, you fixed one first. You have to gain credibility. And people have to feel like they want to. What do you think? You think about it now. People have to feel, one, let me just finish that point. They have to feel like it's a good thing to join that stuff, not for the sake of it. Look at the Greeks. The reason why they remain in the European Union after all that torture, because they believed that they have something to gain from remaining in there. Otherwise, they don't have any reason to remain, because the European Union was telling them what to spend on their workers and all the rest of it. Why would they accept all that nonsense? So, but they still, even with all the stuff the European Union did to them that was unfair, they still voted to remain in the European Union because they knew being in there ensures your prosperity than when they are outside. And that is what you want to give Africans a reason to believe joining a common currency is a good thing. These things don't just happen because you believe it or because it sounds good or because Europeans did it. They will look at the African Union like, man, I don't trust them. These people don't seem to be close to us. They don't have any record of success. Why should we put our currency in their hands right now? So I think that's why maybe what Kagame did, maybe he did it just out of mischief and so that to force some of discussion so that we start exploring these about things, because it's taking us one step further. Maybe today we would have been talking about how we can get the security or how we can get the regional organization coming together, but instead we are trying to leap ahead of that. But it tells you that how important these stages needs to come in place. The security aspect, the regional controls, and the common passport. Those things need to come in place. Once they come in place, the currency then will have this credibility to be able to be put in place. Because money, we know what people do for money, you know. Money is at the root of all evil. We know all the things they say about money. So the moment you start messing with people's money, man, you better have a good reason to be able to do that, because there's going to be serious problems if anything goes wrong.
To Niger, since you raised the issue of Greece, I know guys, Monates wanted to answer something there. Okay, Monates, just answer, and then I'll come back. There's a question that I want to raise with to Niger regarding the points that he raised about Greece and stuff.
Yeah, I was going to. I think I sent you a link. If you have not seen it,
yeah, let me
it's about. It's about the East African. It's about the East African community that what you're saying, monetary union, common currency. It's not. It does not work in a vacuum. You're right. It doesn't. It's not. It's part of a bigger project of uniting Africa into probably one political force. That in East Africa, actually, I've sent the link from the EAC website.
I just got it now. Integration pillars. Okay. I'll share the link as well.
It's about having a similar harmonized custom unions, a common market, a monetary union, and a political federation. So I think the people who came up with this also knew that we need to have a common political federation. And I think that was signed into, I don't know if it was signed into law, but I think this year we're going to have a lot of information about it, because the president of Kenya has been pushing it, a common political federation. So already, I think so far East Africa has achieved the two. We have harmonized taxes when it comes to in our customs union. When it comes to the borders, I think our taxes are harmonized, and the market, I think we already have a common market. So they have skipped the monetary union actually, and it was supposed to be the third one to achieve, but they have skipped it and gone to the political force. Then they'll achieve it by 2023. That is the plan. So just giving information that they are trying to unify political. I don't know, when they say political federation, I don't know what they mean by that, but I'm just assuming that they're trying to unify the political environment in both states.
Yeah, they are trying to bring the union together. Even the French and the Germans are strong. The French advocate security union. They want the European Defense Force, and then the Germans want a stronger this thing. financial institution. Everybody has their own interest, and it's funny enough, there's nobody there, and the French are the ones that are into politics, into the political aspect and defense. And this could be because the French are still acting almost as colonial power, as a colonial power compared to other European countries. Because they go
and the Germans have the biggest economy in Europe.
Yes,
so it's not surprising that they're, of course,
finance. Yeah, they're more interested in finance. So we can, do the same things, because in the end, and continentally, we have to start taking care of our own affairs. And even because if you look at these things, if all regions start having the control of their own affairs and they have their own organizations, the next level is this in the global system. And clearly, there's already globalization. We've all heard about the term globalization, but the problem with that term is that that globalization is not for the ordinary people. It's for the elites. They are the ones that can fly anywhere, take business anywhere, do business anywhere, and put money in tax havens that you can't even travel to. It's for them. But this new movement that is coming now is either going to be for them or is it going to be for the people. It's just that the future, the people have. You see, the struggle is not only between us. Sooner or later, when we finish with Africa, you still have to deal with the world. And the way the world is going right now, is a competition between the powerful and the people that don't have too much power. And if I must say, man, the people that have power are really kicking the backside of people that don't have power, because they have advantage. They can be anywhere. They are the only globalists, really. We are all national. We are from our nations, tribes, and we're trying to talk continentally. But after you achieve that, you are always, in short, before you even achieve that, you better know where the direction is. Because if other groups are the ones controlling everything else at the upper echelon of this in the globe, then you have to know how to navigate it and obviously cut your own pie out of this global cake. The Chinese are doing a good job of it themselves, even if all this saber rattling that you're hearing, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. They're not going to do anything in China because they know they have more to lose. Nobody goes into a war when they have more to lose and they are not guaranteed of the outcome. That's stupid, isn't it? You go into a fight, you are not sure you are going to win, and you have more to lose in that fight. It's a lose-lose this thing game. So Americans, all this one is saber rattling. They will leave the Chinese alone. The Chinese hasn't done anything to them, and we just have to figure out how we can get from here to there. And I actually believe it's not as hard as we think. I used to even actually think it's a lot harder before, because most of all these things the Europeans did, the things they had in their hands, we have them in our hands right now in Africa. The only thing we don't have is organization. We have just not organized ourselves enough. Maybe it's because we have not suffered any catalytic event. The Europeans, they had to suffer two to get them to this point. Two major world wars to get them here. Africans haven't had that, so it's like trying to herd sheep by just encouraging them go this direction.
I think the way Africans, the kind of people we are, people think there's going to be a war in Africa. I don't think there's ever going to be something like a war amongst countries. People just have their little beef within their country, but we are not really some kind of aggressive kind of people that we're going to fight another country. I don't think we're really interested in that. It's just like internal things. So we need to work another model because we are very diverse. That's what we don't understand. Like in Europe, when there's Portugal, it's Portuguese. When it's Italy, it's Italian. When it's French, it's French people. But we are diverse. And that makes the complexity becomes really, really challenging, So I think one of these politicians says, I don't know which one was it. He said Africa is doing the best when it comes to democracy because no matter how we are diverse, we are still keeping ourselves together. No other continent was able to do that. If you look at Western Europe, they're small. You got was it Estonia? Was it Latvia? They're really small countries, but they are just the same. But they could not even share the simplest difference among themselves. They had
Even
to
though they're the
fight.
same people.
Yeah, they are basically the same people, but they could not. But we are like diverse. You know, in one country, you go to the south, you go to the north, you can easily tell this person is from the south just the way they look. You can easily tell this person is from the west. Some countries, I don't know about all. So I think that complexity makes it more challenging. So we need to look at the model that will work for us. Because I always say, if we're trying to copy Europe, America, we may be missing something that they don't have that complexity as we have. Yeah. So
You see what you said just now about Africans not fighting each other. If you look at Africa the way we are normally, even within nations, you would think we would be, wouldn't we? Wouldn't you? And I didn't have any explanation for that until recently when I discovered that the African Union, they had a defense pact. Did you know that the African? I'm not sure you knew that. That's why you said that we don't fight each other. I think the reason why that is happening because Africa had a defense pact, but these leaders, they don't tell anybody anything. And I said this before when I was here, that the reason why probably they don't tell anybody is because one guy was telling me that they don't say it because they don't want to be crowing from the top of the roof so that the enemies feel like they are bragging and come and show them or something like that. But that explains why African leaders seem to be very disciplined when it comes to national issue. They don't get involved. They don't insult each other. They stay out of each other's affairs as often as much as possible. And when you see, that's why I feel like sometimes our discussions here, we have to be careful because in some of these aspects, our leaders are actually ahead of us.
Yeah, of course. Like now. Okay, I'll just give you an example. Now in Cameroon, there's a little bit. I don't know if you know about the Ambazonia revolution. I don't know if you're aware of.
I have heard of the
I'm aware of
conflict
it.
there.
Yeah, but the AU says we are not involved. These people have protested from north to south in front of the EU, the AU, blah blah blah, in all embassy. The AU is not involved. The AU says that is an internal problem that you need to solve it by yourself, and that was it.
Exactly. They are really organized. They are disciplined with this thing,
Yeah, because this is a really complex thing. If you start getting involved, I don't know. So, but some people think that is not good because it's like you're giving upper hands to dictator to do what they like to do in the country. There's a double side argument for that. Do you know what I mean?
If I may interject there, that raises another question. Having a common currency, will it also not open up the books of many countries? And some leaders will maybe be exposed when we're having a central bank that is catering for many countries. And a lot of things obviously might appear for some people that have been money leaving their countries through their central banks. Now they will be scrutinized because it's no longer just your countrymen or people that could be on a payroll to hide certain things, the funds that leave the country. Will that not be a benefit maybe when it comes to a common currency?
Corruption and nepotism.
Can I start with Biggie to answer that question, and then I'll come back to you guys, and then I'll also give DK Polymath as well. Biggie.
Yeah, I'm listening to all this currency, having a common currency. There's a lot of things that to consider. Like I said earlier, a lot of things need to be considered. Like you point out, intra-government themselves, they don't want to get exposed. There's a lot of other corruption that goes on. But at the same time, what is the goal, of having currency, a common currency, where we cannot decolonize ourselves to begin with? We're blaming AU not to do this. AU didn't do this. I mean, we're putting a lot of things, but at the same time, we're putting a lot of discussion for common currency. There's for example, in order to understand each other, like I said, we need to get to know each other. Each nation in Africa get to know each other, and that helps when it comes within trade. When you trade, let's say I trade coffee all over the world, but I'm just going to say, you know what, I'm going to trade all my coffee within Africa, instead of Africa importing different coffee from different places and using the same thing that you can get within Africa. So I'll enrich that part where we can have intra uh, trade. In fact, I think that's Ghana that started it. The something Pan African settlement, something solution of settlement. That means you can trade within your own country currency when you traded within those countries that signed the agreement, pretty much giving you a pre-funded credit, and that is run by a central bank. So if we build that kind of relationship within Africa, we get to know each other, and a lot of things get facilitated. So now you're gonna have, a certain law that you're gonna pass when you pass the borders. You don't have to pay that currency in order to purchase something. You're gonna have to purchase that currency, and that is a loss also for the country that trade. In fact, there was a statistics about maybe out of 42, it's about over $4 or $5 billion that we lose every time we acquire a foreign currency like dollar, euro, in order to trade with another African country. So if we focus into that, I think the common currency will come by naturally, and eventually our economy will grow. We're saving a lot of money by not trading it to another foreign currency, just having intra currency that's going to be understood that you're trading with your own currency, and the other one that received the currency is going to receive it in his own currency. So there's some kind of a payment form that's already built within I think about 5-6 countries in West Africa, and Ghana is one of them that pursued it, and I think they just launched not too long ago. That's what I would say to start with for that comment. Oh, and the other question, one question that I have myself is that, what do we need a common currency?
And
Why?
I just
Very good question.
Efficiency.
Why we need?
Can I
Efficiency
answer
of trade
that?
and the consolidation of financial power, because the smaller you are as an entity, the less valuable and the less likely people are going to trust your currency and trade in your currency around the world.
Compete globally.
I just said something that talks about why ECOWAS was formed. The link on the comment section, it explains some of the reasons why they had to have a common currency. The ECO, for example, I'll have to read for East Africa. I'm not sure about East Africa, their reasons, and but also the biggest reason is trade and also integration. On their front, why they created the ECOWAS. But you guys can go and read about it. I just sent the link from the ECOWAS website about why they started this common currency and stuff. So, but I would love to give a brother Dr. Polymath the chance also to just give us his view. Welcome, Dr. Polymath.
Welcome, brother. Salam alaikum. Shalom, habari, indebtedness, Seta hi, and itese. Thank you very much for having me on your platform. I really respect it. And it's good to build with fellow brothers and hopefully in the future sisters who want to uplift our people.
Is this Dr. K?
The sister,
the same one that was there earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
The sisters are there also. They're building.
They're already there. They don't need. There's no future, by the way. They're already there. I just want to say that.
Okay, that's very, very beautiful, brother. So my idea that I want to ask everyone is, can we not build a currency out of cryptocurrency for Africa, and then we back it with something real like minerals from Congo? So let's say Congo's now joined the East African Federation. So now in the future, hopefully those countries, Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Congo and South Sudan, if they can really build their economy really well, Congo now has access to a free tariff port from Tanzania and also Lamu and Mombasa. So when when these countries finally start doing something, I think if we are to build a currency, we need to back it with something real. And an example is minerals from Congo. Just recently in the Western world, there has been a shortage of semiconductors. That means there's just not been enough semiconductors. And that's what runs all our computers, phones, and any technological equipment. So if we back it in the mines and the minerals of cobalt, coltan in Congo, once everything is stabilized, that's how then you can, allow the currency to sort of do its own thing. Because if we don't back it towards something real, like we're just going to be sort of backing it against the dollar anyways, like any other currency is, with the reserve. So I think if we are going to go down that line, me personally, I'll prefer cryptocurrency just because of the cryptology. It's more safer that way, and we back it towards something real.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Yeah, in fact, that's one of the future. When you're talking about crypto, I want everybody to pay attention. Now, coming January 26th, there will be the major meeting of the federal government and the Federal Reserve. So the Federal Reserve are going to decide. Mainly, a lot of people are anticipating on the cryptocurrency and the way it's been regulated and whatever that they have the notion to it. So there's a big play that's coming on the cryptocurrency right now. And when the Federal Reserve get involved, a lot of things change.
Yeah,
I think there's a South American country, right, Billy, that is planning on going to crypto.
Your sound is messed up.
It's echo. You got some echo.
And I just wanted to find out to Niger. Didn't Nigeria launch as an e-currency or something like that as well?
Yeah. What Nigeria did was they banned cryptocurrency and got e-naira going. I think this is one of the debates, and what Dr. K said just now, I think we've had this debate before, and it's not a good idea because and that's exactly what the Nigerian this in the central bank said. Why would you go and put your currency on a currency that you don't know who is regulating it? And what if something happens? You don't have anybody to you have anybody to
no, but to Niger, the point here is the African country creates their own currency.
Let me just finish the points that I'm making.
The point is we create our own currency to Niger, not one made by someone else.
I understand what you're saying, but that's what the Nigerian government has done now, and they are, I think, the second nation in the world to have done anything like that. And secondly, regarding pegging your currency to natural resources, the danger of doing that, because some of all these things sounds good when people say them, but what they don't understand is the world has moved on from that, and the reason why it moved on for a good reason, because the others now don't peg their currency to anything. They peg their currency basically to their power and the trust you have in their system. Because in the end, that's what it comes down to. Because that so-called resource you are pegging it on is based on somebody. Yes. Because what they can do now is you peg it on your currency that is your resources that are finite. They peg it on something that's completely infinite. You create your currency that is your resources that is finite. They will peg it on some. They will just say we'll print more currency. Then how does your natural resources compare with that? The question is, can you exchange your natural resources for their value? For the value, let's say you have, a bar of gold, and it's what's the entire currency of the American economy. If the American government decides to double their currency circulation, the currency that is in circulation, which means they increase the value of the currency in terms of the amount in circulation, would you then double the value of your gold bar? Because that is the real question. If you cannot follow them, because they won't allow you, if you cannot follow them, then it's a losing game. All your natural resources will be gone.
And again, like Dr. K, if we are going to peg our crypto to cobalt,
just some correction. I mean, we should be pegged on gold, for example. There's a huge gold reserve. That's what's actually keeping the British pound strong. That even the euro throughout this whole time. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I'm saying if we are going to peg our cryptocurrency to cobalt the world, I think it would be a good idea if we are the ones consuming those raw materials. But if we are pegging our cryptocurrency to cobalt, which we're exporting it, those people, the world's advancing. There's AI. They may try to they may develop a method of creating semiconductors with some kind of AI and the whole value of your money is not needed anymore.
Right. See,
that's one of the dangers. You know
that's
what I mean?
not possible, brother. As in, any artificial system needs these raw materials to function. That's the one thing that let's say Congo or any country that has them has the advantage is you can write the software with AI, but the hardware has to be made by cobalt, coltan, germanium, selenium, you know, all these things, and that's the step you can't skip. Basically.
Well, as of now, again, I know there was one country, was it Venezuela, that tried to implement cryptocurrency and it failed. So cryptocurrency for me is really relative new for entire nation and a country to use it like it's legal tender. I'm not really like, you know, it's just electronic money. You know, things can happen. People can hack electronic money. Though they tell you about how the blockchain is unhackable, we don't know.
You can't really hack blockchain.
Well, yeah, and
possible.
Yeah, that is that.
Until you can.
I program in Python and C. You know, it's something. It's the algorithm is really complex. You know, the cryptology of cryptocurrency. It's complex. I don't want to say it's hard. It's a really complex thing. But this world is advancing. Technology is advancing. People try. I think now, as we were speaking, there's some people somewhere they're in the lab trying to see if they can break into this thing, and they will not stop. That's just their job.
That's how the Germans thought that the Enigma code cannot be cracked until it was cracked.
They are financed by their government, by their state. They just sit there every day trying to look for loopholes how they can crack this. You don't know. No, that's just my point.
Well, the reason why it's not hackable is just because of the logic. You know, it's P versus NP. So right now, unless you have quantum computers, you won't hack it. It'll cost you way more money to hack crypto than the money you'll get by hacking it, basically. So the issue here is also,
if they have quantum computer, they can hack it.
Yeah, once that, yeah, but here's the issue.
And you don't think that is a big danger?
1 second, Niger. You see that the normal currency is also digital. So if they can hack crypto, they can also hack the normal currency. That's the point. The point is, if you can hack the crypto, you already hacked the normal digital currency that we have anyway.
The difference between that is that this is what I said earlier on. The difference between that is that the other currency has accountability at the other end, and the government can always say, you know what, this will hack our currency, but we still have it here. The value of our currency still remains with us.
Crypto doesn't need to be decentralized. That's not the point. That's just how it has been for majority of the people that have made it. But you can actually make a centralized crypto with a centralized African bank. You're just using a crypto because it's safer than the current digital technology because you can't hack it. So the money works exactly the same way, but the difference is...
But that's what Nigeria has done. You know,
then that's okay.
What you're saying, that's what Nigeria has done. The one I was referring to, because when we had this discussion, it was about the decentralized one. That's what I was.
No, there's no need for it to be decentralized. You know, this is Africa. Okay. We have to have accountability where the money is coming from, and there has to be an African bank that will then take control of managing this currency. The decentralization, that's a more separate topic. But for me, it's more of the technology itself because we're encrypting with the technology.
I don't think we have a choice. We have to go that direction anyway, because I think anybody that is trading online now understands that the blockchain technology is the best way for money and transactions.
Okay, look at this thing. You know,
that's financial transactions.
We are quite young people. When we're talking about crypto, we understand crypto is a very complex thing for old people or people who are not like really educated. We just say crypto because we understand. But there's a lot of people that this crypto thing is just gibberish to them. And these people still make up a large percentage of our population. How are you going to manage crypto with them? Because crypto, there's no bank in crypto. When you lose your crypto, you lose your money. You can't go to a bank and say, oh, I lose my money, I want to claim. There's nothing like that. So because of all those complexity, crypto is something that you just can't implement it now in the country and allow. You expect all these old models, these farmers look at mention to just get in. It's really, really complex.
Let me ask you a question. I think one of the issues with Africa is we're always seeking to be catching up to the Kakuna. So the only way that I see that we will ever, be better than them in terms of development is by implementing things which are next gen before they become current gen. The fear that we have in interacting with technology is actually scary. I commend Ghana and Kenya for taking the steps with this. For example, M-Pesa, mobile money, that allowed millions of people to have a banking system within their mobile phone, especially poorer people, and access to the government getting taxation. So Safaricom is a government, sorry, it's a company in Kenya. It's the largest company. I've recently bought shares in this company, and what they are is they're a telecommunications company. So they work in providing Wi-Fi, phone systems, etc. And what they did is they invented a mobile money technology, which countries like Ghana have started using. And now what it means is the government is now able to get considerable number of taxes from the average street hawker because they use this system to pay. And the government has even bought 35% shared ownership. My point here is, unless we embrace technology, technology is a great equalizer of the African continent to the rest of the world. Unless we embrace it totally and fully, we are going to stay behind. And what I can say is actually old people use this mobile money system. They made it very simple. As long as you make the interface, very straightforward, other people will use it. They don't even need to understand how it is. They just need to know this is the bank.
Mobile money is the fiat currency.
I think Africans are already embracing some of all these technologies. We just said that when Nigeria this in canceled blockchain, this in Bitcoin, basically cryptocurrency. Most of the world was saying, "Oh, they are crazy. Why did they do that?" But what did you know? The Chinese followed suit, and then next thing is Nigeria went and created a digital currency, and the digital currency is basically a form of M-Pesa, but in reality, it's based on a different technology that is government owned. But the M-Pesa is a private, it's almost like just like PayPal, really, kind of organization. So if you are talking about going this in continental, then the government needs to start going in the direction of creating their own digital currency first. Then they can harmonize it. Clearly, digital currency is easier to harmonize than hard copy these currencies. So from that point of view, I think Africans are making moves. You can see signs that they are making moves that even other parts of the world are not. Nigeria is the only second country to do that. Out of 200 and something countries, not even America or the UK is doing anything like that. That's what they call leapfrogging. And I think at the heart of the operations that are going on right now in Africa, they understand that clearly. They are talking about leapfrogging all the time. When they talk about even linking all the nations together in terms of infrastructure, building bridges, roads, train tracks, they decided to go through the air first because they understand that they have to leapfrog the fact that they don't have ground infrastructure yet to integrate the countries as quickly as possible through the air. So our leaders, when you hear them talk, the ones that are actually implementing these things, you'll be surprised. I keep saying it. Some of them are ahead of us. We keep saying they should do something when they're already doing it.
Thank you, guys. I know that this topic, crypto, is just a topic on its own, and hopefully we'll get some guys. We had a lot of guys that wanted to come, and then they backed out in the last minute. I wish that the guys that are on the comment section, those who are really well clued up about how they work and stuff, please come through. Just send us an email. I'm just gonna share our email address where you can send us, and then we can come and have this conversation, because we've had like two guys already that in the last hour, the guys will just say, it's like somebody when they have to pay you and then they switch off their phone. Or they promise to come, and then when you call them how far, they tell you like, I'm coming. Next thing, their phones are off and they don't pick up. So if somebody is stood up more about crypto, bitcoins, all those digital currencies, come, let's. I will really love to.
Just an FYI, when we talk about just the Bitcoin, there are over 7,000 Bitcoin variants out there. So anybody that's going to be thinking about, I'm just going to buy one set that's going to be successful and all that, think it over. You might end up that cryptocurrency that you can buy for 43 cents right now, maybe 25 cents.
Yeah.
It's something that you mind. So you have to be very careful. But when it comes to now, like I said, pay attention on what's going to be coming after the Fed meeting, and it includes some of the cryptocurrency and how the rule goes. After that, we can have our crypto meeting, after that date, meaning somewhere in February. That's when we're going to take, because this thing is going to shape and change big time. So they want to control it, but at the same time, I don't know what kind of regulation, whatever they're going to be announcing, but something to be aware about. So anybody that's in that investment, watch your money.
Yeah. So I wanted to quickly clarify on why blockchain technology specifically for this African currency. It's quite simple. Right now, one of the reasons why, a big reason why that there is a corruption in each African country is because people can steal money. The normal currency, the normal digital currency that's not through blockchain, you can steal the money and you could sort of launder it and push it through and clean it out without someone knowing who stole the money or how much money was stolen. There isn't like a clear ledger of where the money went. That's why there's money laundering systems. They exist. There's softwares for it. Now, for blockchain, as far as the technology works, you cannot steal the money without someone knowing where the money went. And that's really the point of this whole blockchain, is that if you are the Minister of Finance for Gabon and you've been entrusted with $2 trillion for the last 3 years revenue, that money, whenever you allocate it somewhere else, whenever the money is transferred, there's going to be nodes that are open, which then show that the money came from this place. And there's a ledger of millions of people basically who have, on the platform. So the money cannot be replicated, meaning you can't just create the money fakely. That's one. You can't just steal the money without other people knowing that the money is stolen. So that's really the point. The point of blockchain technology is that it's trustless. You no longer have to trust that the person is doing the right transaction. If the person says they've sent the money to you, there is a clear ledger that you can actually see that the money did actually go into the address that they claim it went. So it allows for business to actually occur seamlessly. As long as the person has said it's sent, you can check if the money sent, and that money will arrive in your wallet. Unlike other currencies, which doesn't have the system, that there's so many ways to trick the system and all the software. So that's really the main thing. The main thing is blockchain technology allows you to, because the thing is, you can actually back a blockchain currency on a real currency, right? You can actually have for example, some cryptos right now are actually using the dollar as a currency of choice, basically, which is backed by. So the issue is not, you're replacing money. Is actually just you have a system that you cannot fund. That's why there's a technology called NFTs. These are non-fungible tokens. So if you buy a digital art, you know for a fact that that digital art is the real digital art because it has a unique code that can't be changed, and all the transactions can be followed.
Juicy, just one question. Why do you think so many countries now are banning crypto? What do you think is the case?
Oh, regulation, because most cryptocurrencies are decentralized. So the government won't be able to get taxes. They're not going to be able to make money from the exchanges. It's mostly to do with taxes, money, and the decentralization. But I'm talking about for Africa, you create a centralized system that you control. Actually, some of the new cryptocurrencies are actually centralized at the moment, which is why there's going to be that meeting with the, to kind of see how to regulate it. But yeah, the issue really is regulation. If I buy $1 right now, I have to go through and pay some exchange rates for it. But if I go and I want to pay to Nigeria, and I use a cryptocurrency, there's no exchange rates. It's all on the cloud, and it doesn't have to go through any banks. The issue is the banks lose money, and the countries obviously lose money this way.
I think that's been the problem with, first of all, what you said before about the Safaricom. I remember Kenya was one of the first ones to start even using digital banking like 15 years ago. Even farmers in the rural areas of Kenya were already using it. I'm so proud of the fact that Ethiopia decided to actually use Safaricom to build. They just began building their official office. They're going to be building up that whole entire infrastructure, and I'm glad that it went to an African company and not a foreign company. Although there are other foreign companies involved. Yes, there are. I think whenever we're talking about digital banking, especially when we're talking about crypto, the main problem we have in Ethiopia, for example, right now already that exists is the black market about exchange, how people exchange their money. I mean, Ethiopia is losing billions of dollars a year just through black market exchanges. And so what worries me is, before we even talk about crypto money, I think we need to really, really be we really need to upgrade our banking systems to begin with, digitally, the way Safaricom probably will. Crypto money just scares me as a fact, just because how unstable it is, and there is no control over it.
It's just
so I don't think that is safe for Africa. And first of all, and then second of all, let's be realistic, right? I'll give you my country in Ethiopia, for example. About 80% of the population is rural and subsistence farmers. They have no idea about digital banking or anything like that. We need to even get them up to that par. And we're talking about 90 million people here. So I think the whole idea of crypto money, it's just so further ahead. And it's not even stable globally. And I almost think that it's a source of transnationals to kind of evade legal accounting about their activities. And like somebody had just said, it's not, there's got to be a lot of reasons why certain countries have attempted and they failed, and certain others are banning it completely. So anyway, I think the crypto talk to me is almost a non-starter.
So I think you made a few assumptions. The crypto doesn't need to be decentralized. That's just how the people making it. So I actually code cryptocurrencies. I make tokens in Ethereum. You can decide how you make them. You can decide if it's centralized, so that means you have the control over the system, or you can make it decentralized. And you can control whether it's backed using a real currency behind it, or you back it some other different way. So my point here really is just you're using the technology, the fact that you can track all the ledgers. There's no such thing as government politicians being able to steal. And in Ethiopia's case, I think the problem here is, for example, I've actually used the black market in Ethiopia because you can't actually buy dollars from the bank. It doesn't the bank won't let you buy dollars or like exchange them into like foreign currencies. It won't let you actually send money outside the country either. So that creates problems. So this actually will allow trade to happen better, because I have employees.
That's not true, by the way, what you just said.
What do you mean? Which part?
You can actually buy dollars from banks. That's not true.
I tried. It's very difficult.
Well, maybe you went to the wrong bank, but I've done it. I'm Ethiopian. You can. I think the exchange rates are horrible. I think that's why people go to the black market, you might say, but it's not true that you cannot buy dollars.
I've tried many times and it never worked. And also, you can't send money outside of the country unless you're a business owner. That one is 100% fact. I have employees in Ethiopia and they can't send money to me. That's another issue that the government has, put that rule there. Money can only come in the country. They don't want money going out, but this prevents trade because it means people can't freely do business.
But I'm talking about how much money can you buy from the bank when you want to buy US dollar in Ethiopia?
Money, I don't know.
No, I'm asking Jonathan. Hello, Jonathan, you still there?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm on mute. No, they do have a cutoff point about how much money, but that has a lot to do with the fact that there is all this black market happening, and we were just talking about, why we need the dollar. Ethiopia banks, especially the federal government itself, doesn't have enough foreign currency on hand, so they have to control how much money you can send out. So if you're a business, yes, obviously, it's different. But as an individual, there is a certain amount of cutoff point. Maybe, I don't know what the amount dollar is. But if I want to send like $400 and I live in Ethiopia and I have birr and I want to send it as a dollar somewhere else, of course I can do that. And I've had people do that. That's not true. I think there is definitely a cutoff about how much money, because that's the only way they can control how much the federal government itself, within the central government, how much dollars on hand. It's been kind of a weakening problem for Ethiopia for a long periods of time. And I think, I'm sure you guys have heard, one of the main things that they've been talking about in the last couple of months is to end, because they knew how many people that they've called from the diaspora to come in. It's like, please do not exchange your money. Go to the banks and exchange your money, because if you do it at the black market, because you might get better, exchange rates or whatever, you're really hurting the country. And this happens all the time. But anyway, so there is a cutoff amount of money you can send out. As a business, I'm sure it's different. I don't own a business in Ethiopia personally, but as an individual, there is a cutoff. I don't know how much that is. And I think every bank is not different. I think there's a federal regulation about how much a bank, whether it's an independent bank or a government institution.
If you could do some research, show me how to send money outside the country. I've tried. All my friends, all my business partners that don't own the business but work as employees, I've failed. You can't join PayPal; it won't work. SendWave, WorldRemit, all of it declined. So yeah.
I don't think PayPal works in Africa. I don't know if it works.
No, it works in Kenya.
Really?
It does.
Wow. Okay.
If I may interrupt, guys, with regards to, I know now we kind of like drifting a bit more out of the topic. I know all these topics are interlinked, but when it comes to money transfers, especially like money that leaves the country, there is obviously regulation in every country. There is regulation. The central bank somewhere, it will have. There's also limits in terms of the amount of money you can, even if as a business as well. There's certain amount of money that you really need to declare that it's for what, where is it going. There's a lot of clearances that you'll need to pass through, especially even with business. Now more with individuals, it becomes even a bit stricter. It's not just an Ethiopian issue. A lot of countries have that. Others, it might look easy because you can transfer money and all those things, but there's still restrictions. There's a threshold in terms of how much you can give or even receive as well internally. Because you get guys that have money outside, but they cannot clear the money in. The central bank, they'll need a lot of clearances from you. So, but going back to the topic, guys, one of my questions that I asked, I was about to ask, and partly answered by Polymath, about how do we implement this besides natural resources, because I see some guys like Two Niger says natural resources is not the way to peg our chains, our currencies, and Polymath says the natural resource we should use it just like what Paul Kagame was saying. And I've heard others are talking about other systems as well that we can use, the crypto. And so what are the other ways that we can do in terms of if we are to implement a common currency? How do we back this currency as Africa? We know that the natural resources, we have a lot, but how do we implement this? Because it looks easy now. We can just say, yeah, blockchain, you can say crypto, we can throw all the names out there. But how do we start? Where do we even start? Because to put a structure is one of the most challenging part for many organizations, especially government. Where's government? If private sector is struggling, what more government institutions? I'll start with, I think I'll give this one tribal action, tribal African, sorry.
Yeah, well, this is a really hard one for me because I'm not going to lie, I'm not so versed with things money exchange. If you were going to ask me from a layman's point of view, I would say let's peg this money to our natural resources. But after heard what Tunai just said, I had a complete different thought. But if you ask me at this moment, I'll say that is still what is working because most countries in the world are still doing that and they have not had a problem with it yet. Maybe we just need to look for the right natural resource to peg our money to, you know. So I don't really know how to do that, but I think for now, at the present, we can peg it at like one of the mineral resources that we know is exclusive to us, you know. So we just keep it there for how long. We can always change it to another one. I think so. Is that possible? Yeah, I don't know. So
And just a question outside this topic. How many of you guys are into software development? I heard Dr. Polymot saying is in one tribal as
Yes,
well.
yeah.
You develop on Python.
Yes, I develop. You know, when you're a software developer, you use many. There's not just one, so it just depends what the client wants. So you're gonna know which one yeah. So yeah, but
I know Python is trending of recent, and a lot of countries are looking for Python developers. By the way, I studied IT, so
but
that's why I'm asking.
there is something now. Yeah, there is something now. There's something coming up. They call it no code. I don't know if you've heard about it. It's no code. It's like visual programming. It's really simple. It's really it's not like it's simple that you can learn from nothing. But if you have a background of coding, it makes things so simple. Things what you could do like with a lot of people, maybe 10 people, you do easily by yourself, maybe for a month. You know, and I think anyone that is interested you can just look at it. I've made so many like complex applications that I looked at myself and said, wow, that this not possible. You know, just like simple logic, like graphical, you know, you just link things. It's something use what they call nodes. I don't know, you know what's nodes?
You know what I'm gonna do, right? Because it's a topic that I'm also passionate about, that I want us to also discuss in terms of coding. Some countries like my country, where coding, they wanted to make it compulsory for even primary education, from primary education going forward. In South Africa as well.
Kenya, I know Kenya. I think Kenya is the biggest in Africa. I don't know. Maybe I may be wrong.
No, it is. Even my school, my primary school that I have, I teach the kids programming from primary school level.
Okay.
So I would love to have a conversation, guys, regarding education, especially more on the IT side, coding as one of the main topics that some countries have adopted as a compulsory content or subject. And
I think it should be compulsory.
Yeah. So some countries have already adopted that policy going forward. It's just now to roll it out in many places. So I would love to have a conversation regarding that. And a lot of guys who are in development in terms of Africa's creation of their own content, is especially in terms of apps, mobile apps, and all those things. So I would love to have a conversation with the guys that are in programming.
Kaizo, you said something about the British currency being pegged to gold. Actually, it's a fiat currency, and this idea of us, you see, that's the thing we have to be careful about. I don't understand how Kagame, president, would say the things that he is saying, that we should.
No, they're not backed as in officially.
Resources.
They're not backed officially, but they do use the gold reserve.
It's just exchange rate. It's just to exchange for, when people want to, store their currency, kind of like a bank, isn't it?
Exactly. But they use gold as the foundation of the currency, as in the money is gold, basically.
No. It's actually backed by the this in British economy. This is why they can borrow so much money. Look at $300 billion in billion pounds in 1 year. Where do you think the economy is to pay for all that? They can do that because it's backed by the government, just like the US too is saying, trust me, it's me. I'm the big guy. You know me. That's what Africa. If you want to do that, that's the only way you are going to go. The same thing with China. People don't. It's like if you stake your resources, some other person goes and plays currency. What is going to happen? You're going to lose out. And I think in the 1930s, I think that's when the British was first start of tying their currency to something hard. America moved on from that very, very quickly. I think in the 60s, 70s. And that changed the way the world works.
There's a common thread here. It's countries that do not have resources are convincing you that you can't back your currency in resources. If you notice, these countries are the ones who have the fewest resources. So, of course, they're going to create a system where they say, trust me, but then they say that you cannot be trusted because you have been put on a sanction by board of directors, which they control, like United Nations, etc. So they're controlling all the powerful organizations that will say, okay, we can't trust Niger. We can't trust Nigeria because we're going to ban Nigerians from being trading with etc. because of etc. So if, let's say in Africa, we don't adhere to certain social, political issues, I'm not going to mention some of them. Some of them might be rainbow. Maybe some of us do, but let's say as a community, we might not. They will say this country is, this East African Federation is under sanctions because blah, blah, blah. My point here is going down the fiat way, we're going to a world where they control all the organizations. The international IMF is controlled by them. They're the ones who don't lend to African countries because you can't trust African countries. All these things, they're the ones in control of the power. So if you're going to enter a game, you do, again, you can still have your individual African countries backed by each individual government, but you can have an intra-continental currency backed by something different. There is no risk involved because the individual currency still reigns supreme. UK, for example, didn't adhere to using a euro. They maintained their own currency. So if something happened to the euro, let's say like the Polish economy failing or the Grecian economy failing, they'll still have their currency. So the point here is, if we're going to have a strategy, it has to be multi-dimensional. You have different systems which operate. So if one of them goes down, it doesn't affect anything vital.
You see, what the reason why I say this is because sometimes the old ways of doing things was based on commodities. If you have, assets and resources, you peg it to that. But what they've discovered is that those things are actually still based on a form of trust and the central authority that is governing the currencies. And hence, they decide that, let's just decouple it. In the end, they trust us. They are still going to do what they need
to do. Which country's currency is not pegged on anything? I don't know.
US dollars, the British, basically the European Union. They are basically saying
but gold is still the thing that backs the US economy. It's the gold.
Let me explain how it works, because let me just explain this quickly. This is a simpler way to explain it. You see how, you must know this. When you're in the UK, you want to get a loan, unsecured loan. That's loans that are not, secured. Yes. You're using your assets. So you get it because you are going to earn income. That is basically what the government is doing. They are saying, you know what? Go and do this. We guarantee it because we have the money. Our economy can pay you this money if anything happens. That's what they are doing. They are basically saying, this is on us. You see what I mean? Our economy, like Nigeria economy now, they'll say we crank out almost 500, this is $500 billion every year. So trust us. We will be able to account for,
because they know
economy of 20 trillion, 20 billion, I mean.
Yes.
Because they know they have it.
Yes, they can pay for it. Right. That's what they are saying. And that's why the US economy is the largest.
To Niger. So right now in Africa, we don't have, so Kenya is one of the, and South Africa is one of the few countries that the economy is based on service sector. So the people working in the towns providing value through service exchange, similar to the London basically, UK. But most countries are actually not run. For example, America, you mentioned. America, first of all, has a lot of gold. Second, America controls the oil exchange. So countries which need to exchange and pay for oil pay with the dollar. So they already control that market there. So the real business is either resource, so basically shared assets, either housing, cement, oil. It doesn't really matter what resource it is. It could be a value-added product. So, or it's a service. The point is both versions of the economy, are regulated by some kind of exchange of a product, either a virtual product like a lawyer, or a physical product like food, or oil or gold. America controls the oil in the world, the oil economy, America, Saudi, etc. And they also make countries have to trade using the dollar. This is why they were against the euro, all that stuff with Gaddafi, etc. So the point here is, in Africa, we don't have, what are you going to back it against? Exactly. Our economies aren't strong enough for them to, to accrue a certain sort of trust in the system. Some countries have it.
The only way Africa can challenge them on this front, first, you obviously have to get your act together. Then you have to have stability. And remember, like this is what they are saying. It's basically saying we have the resources, we have the credibility, we have the market, we have everything to be able to make sure if we say this money is worth this, it is worth this. So now you can take their currency and use to go and buy something. And when you do that, Nigeria, Africa is going to gain from it because you are using their currency, and whatever exchange rate they set, they will set it to benefit them.
So
this is what America is doing. And you have to trust America. No, let me finish the point. You have to trust America that it's America's power that is basically guaranteeing that currency. It's not about, economy and all this stuff anymore now. It's about the person that you trust that their power, their currency is going to prevail. Because if you say, okay, go and trust China, and when you trust China, America decides that because they have so much influence, they put sanctions, and the Chinese economy suffers, your money is gone. As a matter of fact, this type of events has occurred around the world this year before. Because that tells you that the power of America is what guarantees this thing, the currency. And the same thing goes for the British too and the European Union. If we have power in Africa, we have stability and credibility, people will come and want to buy. But if America says, don't go there, how can we stop them?
Simple. There's some things that are needed and are only found on the African continent. Like I mentioned, things like cobalt, coltan are found on only a few places in the world. Even uranium deposit, radium, there's only a few places in the world you can get them. What you do is you back up the trade of these things. And like I said, every single computer, phone, tablet needs these minerals. What you do at first is you back them on these minerals and make sure that they have to buy your currency to purchase them. That's the first thing. And then everything else you talked about, pardon my COVID, power, you do that as well. Sorry.
They still reserve the option. Remember, that's the whole point of being the most powerful country in the world. If you threaten that, they will kill whoever they need to kill to get to that resources.
Right.
So,
and the point is tonight is
that's if they cannot buy it. That's if they cannot buy it. If they cannot buy it, then they will kill their way to the resources.
Yes.
And that's if they need it. Remember, the economy too can adapt and say they don't need it anymore, because remember,
no, they can't. This is the funny thing. This is one of the things that we need. No electronic equipment will work without these minerals. Like, they just can't.
This is the thing people say all the time. You forget that you can't do that. It's like when Saudi Arabia say people cannot do without oil. The reason why we didn't move away from oil in the 1970s was because of just the greed of the Western and oil companies. If the Western people, they had electric cars a long time ago.
No, I think the cost of producing an electric car is really is expensive. These things they're doing now is just like experimental. It looks fantasy, but really it looks like a fantasy. But really, to manage car, let me finish. You've been talking. Yeah. To manage vehicles, you need petrol.
Yeah. My PhD was on nanotechnology and all.
Guys, can we now kind of come back to the topic, more African focused, and try to come up with ways and solutions for Africa, and ways that you think we should be doing in order for us to build, if we are to build a common currency. What are the things that we need to be focusing on? Because the more we go into other things, let's just try to be in Africa for a while. And I know you have many models that you are picking up from America, from Europe, and all those places. But what is us as Africans? We know our conditions, we know our environments. Let's talk about how we can do it with our resources that we have at the moment. If we are planning to use gold, we have a lot of gold countries that produce gold. That's another mineral. Or the rare earths minerals, if those countries like your DRC have them. In Burundi as well, I've heard something like that they also have some of the cobalt and all these other rare earth minerals as well. So how can we do it? How do we do it? Some people said earlier the suggestion was in regional blocks. I'm not sure if it was Jonathan who said we should do it in blocks, or was it Mwendatezi? But I'm just gonna allow AG to come in, and then I'll come back to you guys. AG, welcome. AG?
Oh, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, yeah. Oh, thank you, Ezra, for the opportunity. I've been listening since I joined in, since finances is not my strongest point, but I feel like I think one of the commentators said about doing these transactions within the continent, and I think that's what we need to focus on. Like, of course, it should be regional. I'm sure. Regional, and that's based upon what that region can offer as far as mineral. We don't have to, and I don't think we have to limit it to one single resource. So basically, different resources could be gold or this or that. So once you do that, then trade amongst these regions could be done with that currency, crypto or any digital currency. Now, there should also be, in my opinion, some sort of like a bank, central bank of within the African continent, and that that's connected with all these different regions, and that's when you can start talking about trade with externally outside of the continent. So that way, you can set prices and whatever on commodities when it comes to exports or imports. So that will basically, that can guarantee somehow the integrity of the currency flows outside, but definitely should start thinking of how we can basically arrange these regions, and it should again be based upon what essential economy resources that one region can offer, as far as like it could be uranium or whatever, gold. I mean, should not be one. I think I heard someone
AG,
like
you're really breaking up, can hardly hear you.
Okay,
that would
AG.
Wow.
Are you in Ethiopia, AG?
AG, we can barely hear you. Can you maybe just move somewhere? I don't know where are you now? But as far as I know, you should be in the States. We're expecting a good network there. AG, unless we AG.
Are you in Ethiopia, AG?
AG, can you hear us now?
It sounds like he's in Ethiopia.
For a moment there, it sounded like
why do you think Ethiopia?
No, the right answer is his accent, but
but why do you think he's in Ethiopia? I'm telling you, he's as far as I know, he's in America. So
the internet connection.
Nah, man. He's in America. As far as I know, I've spoken to AG before, so that's why I'm asking. He's in America, man. Let's see. If America's network is not. It's acting up. It's acting up, man. It's not about you.
Yeah. One thing when he said about America, Ezra, is that the fact that several places they're launching 5G, and 5G is not really stable the way it's supposed to be. So we're having a lot of the revamping going on the telecom sector. So it's not just lately we're having a lot of difficulties. You see me sometimes getting a hard time connecting because of the area that I'm in, and I'm being served by 5G. So
that's my excuse. Thank you, Biggie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for saying that. Because I live in the US, and my like it keeps echoing sometimes. I'm like, what is going on? That's exactly, Biggie. You're right. That's why.
So now your point is. So
I'm part of I'm part of most of the project and on the 5G. So they're revamping now. There's new base stations and all that, including the antennas are changing. And if they don't light them up in a cluster, and one of them misses, you'll get a lot of the data interference. You won't get coverage. But the good old LTE and 4G, they're still solid. And whenever I lock into 4G or LTE, I'm good when it comes to data.
That's what happens now when you give up the Chinese quality product for your own local
see, that's a diss.
You gotta tell Trump. You gotta tell Trump.
That's what happens when you don't want the Chinese to spy on
you. So you asked the question earlier about
and by the way, guys, AG is also in IT. I think Biggie, you once worked in the network industry as well, AG. So for those who don't know, so it's somebody who's in the field for the longest time, project management, all that stuff. So when he's struggling like this, I'm but anyway, Dr. K, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, so I said if we're going to create our currency, there's a few important things. So first, the governments need to be able to make tax from this currency. So that's why the digital route, it has to be. There's no way the currency should not be digital. You can have cash too by hand, but the backing, it really needs to be digital because you need to get taxes so that we can start building the intracontinental amenities such as roads, trains, because that's what, the taxes from this currency and from the trade is what's going to be building the infrastructure to connect different routes in Africa. That's the first step. So it needs to be taxable in an easy way. The next step is, obviously, you need to make sure that if you're going to use it like M-Pesa, it just needs to be very easy and very direct so that people can use it without issue. The next one is we need to find a way to convince people that it's a safe currency to store their money. My money is stored in the British currency. I don't trust shillings, and I definitely don't trust birr. There's some currencies I do not trust because, unfortunately, the historic shows that they go down. So we need to be able to figure out how to stabilize it and build the trust, convince people that, hey, you can store your money and your in our currency and you will actually be experiencing growth and not decline. So as long as the economy of Africa grows, I think it will be a safe currency to use as a reserve currency for people like me and to Niger and you.
Thank you very much. I just want to welcome our brother. Since you guys were talking about Congo's minerals, he's in Taiwan, and Taiwan is known obviously for semiconductors and stuff. Pi.
Oh yeah,
that's a great panel. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Welcome, Pi.
Yeah. As far as should Africa adapt the common currency, I believe so. But there's a lot of fires that we have going on right now. For example, I believe that every military, they should have at least 100,000 soldiers. Like that should be minimum. Like that should be a requirement. Because as soon as you say, "Oh, I'm gonna back my currency by these minerals, this cobalt, this gold, diamond," what do you think? You think the EU and the US, they're just gonna let us do that? Like they know that their currencies are gonna go down. They know that Africa will become the world power. They'll become number one. Like their currencies will go down. So you need a sense of security first. You can't. Otherwise, we're just going to lose all of the minerals in the first place. And as far as cryptocurrency, I do agree that's a good option as well. But it's the same situation. You need the hackers. You need the computer scientists. You need the people that monitor the internet. You need people that monitor the internet. I mean, Nigeria has that. That's why they're able to do these things. But you need a sense of security first before you do that, and you need a common language. Like I know everyone in the EAC at the moment, they can speak Swahili. Even in DRC, they're not entering yet. There's still some problems. I think there's still, I have to do some research on it. There's still some problems on why they haven't entered the EAC yet. But I think at least 10 to 20% of the population speaks Swahili. So if we're gonna have if you're gonna have a decolonized institution, financial institution with one currency, you have to have one language. Like that's, and you have to have a language that's based on African values. Like even the financial institution has to be based on African values. So we have to have one language as well. So we need to start opening up schools. Like if you want DRC to enter the EAC, or you want the Horn to enter the EAC, they have to be able to speak Swahili. Like that should be a minimum, in my opinion. That should be a minimum. Like there should be one language first. Every country that wants to join has to have 100,000. So at least their currency needs to be stable, and they need to be willing to work together. Like there needs to I know tonight just said already that there's already a defense pact. They just don't really talk about it. But yeah, without security, nothing's really gonna work, even if it's digital. Because North Korea, I said it in the chat earlier, they steal over $100 million in cryptocurrency a year, I believe, probably even more than that. And even if we back our currencies digitally, right? It's still the same security issue because China's going to try to steal the money. US is going to try to steal it. Russia, you basically have everyone else against you. So you need to have the people that specialize in these technologies first, that know how to secure the system, whether it's digitally, whether it's digital currency backed by the resources, or whether it's physical. You can't do anything without it, in my opinion. But that's just my perspective.
Thank you very much, Pai. Somebody who's been really quiet tonight, my friend Mwendatezi. You've been listening to what everyone has been saying. What's your take? And can answer, correct, or add to whatever they've been talking about tonight?
I've been learning a lot of stuff actually, so it's been very interesting discussion. But personally, I don't think the African money should. I don't think we should be backing any money with anything like minerals or stuff like that, because it's already been tried before and it's failed. I don't think we need to do it. I think we just need to learn from others and just continue with our own fiat currency. And I think for some, crypto is a very what is it? It's very unsure. There's a lot of people not adopting it. There are a lot of people who are adopting it. And I think El Salvador was one of the first countries to fully adopt it and recognize it. And it didn't go well for the economy because, just because you recognize it doesn't mean everybody would use it or stuff like that. So I think we should just do it where the way everybody's doing it. Just have a common currency with already the 4 pillars that I mentioned in the first place, and just keeping it simple. Just have common currency, common political federation, common market, common taxes, and I think the currency will thrive in its own way. Because these are the 4 pillars of stability. But I'm all for crypto, but I think it's still experimental on this stage. It's still thriving on speculation. So until it's really adopted, because China already rejected it. If the United States reject it also,
and Russia is even planning to reject it as well. And
yeah, you see, those are very big challenges for it.
Are you talking about crypto? Because China, they have digital currency. Most of their transactions are digital.
I'm talking about.
It's also blockchain technology. All these countries are using blockchain. I think you guys have a understanding crypto is, Ethereum, Bitcoin, but you can create the technology as you wish. You're the one who decides the rules of the game. And, like I said, China uses blockchain technology for their digital currency that they control. They're just banning other crypto technology currencies because they didn't create it and they don't want to be giving money to those, outside sources.
Yeah, you were saying that you do the coding and all that for crypto, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Well, tokens. I don't make
tokens. So that means you have a good understanding of the cryptocurrency and all that. Is there any way we can have a time with you that you can explain us exactly, or have some kind of presentation to make us understand how how this whole thing works, because I believe a lot of the audience want to hear that.
Okay, sounds good.
Good.
I hope you won't also run away in the last hour. You won't switch off your phone when you need to start the show.
Yes.
I think tonight, Tribal African know me. Am I reliable to show up, guys?
We hope you won't run away with people's currency.
No, you know what? We should be careful about that.
But just always spam on YouTube about that.
But guys, this is what Mendatezi was talking about. This is the East African communities integration or plan of for their common currency and things that the pillars of their union. In fact, Mendatezi, I'm just going through this. The guys will just see and read themselves. We need an Africa that's reading. Guys, we need to have build a culture of reading as well. So this is the task, and this is just even quick to read, guys. I know some people anything that takes long to read, or when they see anything written, they're just thinking, "Phew."
No, I'm going to read this. As a West African, sorry, I really want that this East African things to work, because I think they're on a better platform. They're closer, because West Africa, there's a lot of I don't know, it's just so tribal. The amount of tribal groups over there, I don't think East Africa is even closer. And I think I just want that let's ask East African they should work. I think they're going to make the West African feel jealous and want to go over it, because no, I'll tell you, because it's a good thing. One start, because the thing with West Africa, there is a big hindrance that people don't understand. There is the French. And if you don't know, there are 14 African countries that up to today still pay 65% of their national reserve to the French bank. How are they going to stop that? You know, so it's a big hindrance for them. If they're going to adapt one currency, that means that colonial debt needs to stop. I don't think 2002 France is ready for that, and it's a really huge problem for them. I think that's why it's really complicated for them first. But so I think if this East African should work, I think it's going to push them, because that's what is. Yeah, I think it's East Africa to me. I pray that it work, so that everyone can feel jealous of it, so they want to copy. You know, that's really what I want.
And I'm just
they need to cut the umbilical cord.
I used to think that East Africa was well ahead of West Africa because of our divisions. But when I learned, when I saw that, about defense, this thing, and the East African organizations, if you look at the way they are integrated, it's not as advanced as where West Africa is. And I think it's because it tells you that tribes may not be the issue. It's the way the nations equate to each other. East African countries, they tend to be almost equal in size, all of them. It's only Ethiopia that is relatively bigger than this, but still close. But West Africa, there's one major one, so it's easier to have a defense.
No, I think to Nigeria, understand. When you talk about West Africa, Ghana and Nigeria, they're the only big English-speaking West African nations. You understand?
Yes.
They are free. They're completely free. The dynamic is different. The French African country, they're still like governors. The president, if you don't know, they're still like French governors in that country. Yeah. It's a completely different dynamic.
I understand that, but they were able to create a common. They were able to create a common passport in the West African region.
Because France has got nothing to lose from that.
No, I understand that. But what I'm trying to say is that they are able to work together too. And because the same thing happened in the East. If you think the East doesn't have any kind of this thing, have you seen Djibouti? There's so many stuff there going on in that area. Look at Somalia, that they are basically one ethnic group. They are having so much trouble there too. So all regions of Africa, apart from, I think Southern Africa is where you don't get a lot of that kind of stuff happening. But you know, East Africa has a lot of issues too with interference. If you think the French are interfering in the Sahel, look at what is going on in the East too. The same thing.
Has France got something to do in East Africa?
France, America,
but
just
not,
name
but
it.
it's not as bad. It's not as bad as what we see in the West Africa.
Of course, of
You know,
course.
the French government is entrenched. I mean, literally
Yes.
entrenched.
Pe-
And think
People,
about it like a big straw that they planted all over those countries. And they still want people to speak French. They're still putting their aggressive move on a lot of things, their military presence and all that. I mean, you don't see anything like that in East Coast where they say, "Oh, British? Oh, what do you mean? Yeah, they're not entrenching."
I think,
You're talking about Djibouti? Djibouti is open for any military force. You pay the money, they'll give you a base.
it's
So
not.
it's not,
I,
it's
I
not
think
even
next time on the
influence,
show, I'm going to
you
I'm
know.
going
So
to send the
Money
yeah,
link.
talks, you
I'm
know.
going
sorry.
to
So
send.
going back on currency. So I just put a link on the back chat. So yeah, the Chinese yuan, the digital currency, is on a blockchain, for example. So it's if blockchain is the only way future from this point. Not crypto, whatever people understand, but blockchain. The reason why they banned the other ones is just for taxation reasons. Because if a Chinese person wants to send money outside the country, they don't have to pay taxes to the government or exchange. But now, if they do, they have to. So it's more to save money rather than anything. But yes, the digital currency is blockchain.
Yeah, I think anybody that wants to create currency now, I think it would be almost, you would lack credibility if you don't base it on some form of blockchain method, because it actually helps confirm this thing, authenticity of transactions. So, and so that people can be able to carry out forensics properly. So I think even in Nigeria, one currency is going to be based on blockchain. This technology.
There's something. Sorry for cutting you short. There's something about mismanagement of money. That's another thing we're not taking into consideration. You can send me 1 million or $1 million through blockchain. Yeah, it shows that you send me $1 million. I can still mismanage that money. Don't you think so?
You can mismanage it now, but it will be clear that you mismanaged it. That's the difference.
Exactly. It's clear that
Yeah.
you
I have a
are
question.
responsible.
I have a question.
Mm.
I have a question. How will they access my transactions without access to my wallet? I'm just curious.
They can't access, as in they can't. Okay, so the wallet. Whenever you send let's say you you send me some money, and then I send that money to Niger. There is actually a public ledger that you can clearly see that all the nodes that were attached to that specific code and where that code went.
Who can
So
see
they
it?
can't actually get the money from your wallet unless they hack the software that built your wallet. But they can't access your account and take your money out unless they hack the software. But then if the software is made blockchain, that makes it difficult. Yeah, so there's a public ledger. You can see where
Another
the money
question. I
went.
get that. Sorry. Another question. So how did the government tax me? How do they know that I've made this transaction to this person? Because blockchain is based like on a P2P transaction, endpoint to endpoint. So how would the government know I've made a transaction to that person? How would they know?
Public ledger.
There's a public ledger. It's all public.
So who has access to the public ledger? The government.
No, everyone.
Public.
Everyone can see what's happening. The issue is they
the
want.
name.
Yeah.
Wait, what's the issue?
The issue is you have a code. It won't say your name. So your name will be attached to, let's say, the wallet and the code of the wallet. But it's all public. So what you do kind of need a forensic person to figure out, because there's so much nodes going on. So you kind of need to do some math to figure out.
But I have one specific question though. Do they, because I'm not so clear, even if I do understand the technology, I'm not so clear whether the public ledger contains the actual amount of transfers that were made. Does it contain it, or does it just say that so and so transaction occurred at so and so time?
Oh, right. No, so the amount, that depends on the codings, right? So if you code the blockchain to be a money thing, you can code it to actually show the exchange of that data. So it's data. So you can choose basically how the crypto is created. if it's which data you want to actually show the difference in. But realistically, yeah. So you decide basically.
But the governments wouldn't ideally they wouldn't show public this thing the transaction, because people go to some funny places. They don't want people to know what they are up to.
Yeah,
so
me too. I'm able to see the government transaction, Dr. Kwesi.
It's encrypted, meaning as in the people who know what that code means will be able to know and track that code. So that code will be linked to something. Let's say it's linked to let's say 00x5z9. That will be linked to a specific thing that the people who are analyzing it will know exactly what it is. So it's encrypted. Yes, it won't say, oh, you bought 20 bags of lemonade. It will have a code, and then that code is decrypted by the people who encrypt it.
So if you go to a supermarket, you buy something from a supermarket, it will show that you paid money to a supermarket, but it doesn't show the amount, does it?
No, it won't say the amount of money you've spent. But what it would do is it will show the difference in your wallet when you went to that supermarket.
So the government has access to my wallet.
That is the amount.
Does the government have access to my wallet?
No, of course not.
So how do they know how much I spend on that shopping?
Because they will know how much you just spent.
Yeah, they'll know how much you spent and how much came into the wallet, but they won't have access to get the money in your wallet.
Well,
that but they have a big problem, That could be a serious problem.
Actually, in China, they actually do.
I just wanted Mwendatezi to finish because at least he got the answer. Is there any other thing that you wanted to find out, Mwendatezi?
Yeah. Let me ask, if like when you register a wallet and the government doesn't know the code in which or the name in which your wallet is under, right?
No, they won't.
So if they don't have access to your wallet, they don't even know if you have a wallet or you don't have a wallet, how will they know your transactions?
Oh, right. This is now when you're going to have to register with them in order to access their services. So if you want to pay for anything, you'll have to register with your ID, and then you basically let them know.
So if you don't register, how would they know that you've not registered?
Well, they wouldn't. They wouldn't. But the issue here is...
So there's open for black market.
Of course. I mean, there's a potential for it.
So that's a flawed big one.
Yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, unless you register, they won't know.
But I think it's a powerful tool, though, because if you can do that, then all those funds that are in tax havens, man, they will have to find their way out of those areas, because either way, when you spend them, people will know where the money is coming from, where it's going. If you can tell the balance, I think the powers that be will not let that happen. They wouldn't let that happen, because they still have to have a way of cropping up a lot of currency into dark areas. And this could be a serious downer. You have to allow people, because privacy is also there. You have to allow people to be able to do things and be assured that their transactions are not being tracked. Maybe only specific groups. It's not going to be public. That public register you're talking about has to be more organization-based register, whereby maybe the central bank has access to it or something like that. But if it is public, you see husbands hiring people to go and be checking all transactions and all kinds of people doing all kinds of stuff.
But they will have to...
the list never ends, man.
So, Nadia, they won't know that code belongs to the husband or wife unless she tells them. So, it requires someone knowing that.
Exactly. The wife will track the husband, and when the husband says, "I'm going for a company meeting, a resort somewhere," she's going to track like to the last penny. So,
Niger, you can be in the committee to make sure that you build it just so that there's enough privacy for individuals and then not for corporations. I think you'll be good for that.
Exactly. You see, exactly. You see, now we are getting somewhere. You see, this is how these type of things can evolve. You have to do it in a way that, like, even government institutions, apart from security and maybe other sensitive areas, those things should be public. They don't have any reason to be private. There's no reason why the money you spend in schools should be private. There's no reason why the money you spend building a bridge should be private. You see what I mean? So it's only in security areas you can keep that one in the dark. But most things there's need for sunshine, and there's light coming through this thing, so that the people will have more confidence in their government because they know where the money is going to. And but for that, those funny trips that people take, and they need their privacy. You know, if believe me, that stuff is so important. They don't care about the state. If you tell people that they can't have their dark areas anymore, you're going to have
Who are
problems.
these people, Tinaja? Is it you? Are you hiding
I'm
something
telling
from
you,
your
man.
wife?
You see, I'm telling you, I live in a country with aristocrats that are up to all kinds of stuff. So I am telling you, these people will not back down.
we call them in my country scientists.
They left the European Union because the European Union was trying to tell them what to do with their money. They don't take nonsense, man. These people would do anything. They have almost 50 trillion in tax saving. Think they're going to let that go? They're not.
But I've learned something from this conversation about this crypto thing. I think the complexity in it, I think that may be one of the reasons that Venezuela could not use it as a national legal tender, because I think there's so many flaws that people are always going to try to just make a mess out of the system if they find it. But if it has this big loopholes, then I think for now fiat currency is still what we need till we're sure we can completely manage crypto. It sounds good, but
it's working in China. China's using the blockchain successfully.
But that's not. They have the Chinese yen.
Yeah, but China is not using it to show where they are spending their money for defense, are they? They still have those
not
dark
to others,
areas.
but to themselves. They made a centralized blockchain. It's called the Chinese yuan blockchain, and they're using it, so they have the control over the ledger themselves.
So
let me ask a question.
What blockchain did
Let me ask you this question, Kezo. About the Chinese using it, are they using it completely, like even within China itself, like anything the government spends money on, they can track it with that
the Chinese government technology. The Chinese government can track everything, but the public people can't.
Okay, that is quite interesting, because if they can, okay, if you say the Chinese government can, in other words, officials can actually be able to look up this information.
Some officials, yes.
I'm pretty sure they can, because even China, they have more internal security than they do soldiers. They have like 3 million soldiers. So of course they can
do that.
You can purchase anything on the store with the Chinese blockchain.
The reason why I'm asking is that if they can do that, that has put them on a level that is actually ahead of the West from the point of view of organizational accountability. That is if they can do that, because that makes the system more efficient and more accountable, and people are more sure-footed when they do things. And because in America you have so many people pulling in different directions, black budgets here, this, and it leads to a lot of inefficiency, a lot of greed, and a lot of loss of wealth. And I actually believe today the Asians are on a faster track or in terms of development than the West. And
from what I know with China is that, so if you notice, in a lot of Chinese cities, they actually started blowing up high-rise buildings, because what happened is a lot of the builders actually didn't have enough money to complete the building. So they had like half-completed buildings. Chinese government thought it's not safe. And also so what I'm sure this is going to help them is, it's going to be able to track that person's finances properly, with which investors giving them money, where the money is coming from. So this is going to kind of maybe allow them to sort of do the forensics. Is this person actually have enough money to complete this project or not? Because right now, again, they're using it successfully. So what we can do is we just use a form of, again, the currency is backed by fiat, the digital currency, the blockchain. The point here is you create the blockchain for security reasons and your own tracking, and then you decide what you back the currency on.
Well, that's out of my knowledge, so just listen.
I'm just gonna ask AG, because he had network problems, to finish his point. AG, welcome back.
Again, sorry, kinds of network issues lately. So, but yeah, first and foremost, this is one of the topics that I need to learn more. But just some general opinions because there are so many variables here. Feel like at least trade with the continent. I mean, digital currency seems viable in my opinion. Because there are questions of security, privacy, and all other aspects, but there are things that can be done to those problems simply because there's some problems within it, which I think can be addressed. Doesn't mean that it's not good, because in my opinion, it's safe at least to experiment within the context of trade within African economies and regions. It will definitely bring about some sort of strength internally, and how to centralize it, and create other banks that we can interface with the outer world is also another topic. But at least we can focus on how it can be used within the regions or within the African nations. Is, I think, very important, and I would like to learn more about that. I mean, cryptocurrency is part of digital currency, but I think we should stick to it. And as I heard earlier, there are people that are more experienced in these things, maybe, and then there are the links that I think we can read, and someone can enlighten us more and at the financial aspect of it. And because it kind of crosses the borders of finances and technology. So once we have a very good scope in that area, we can definitely discuss how to mitigate those problems we think crypto or digital currency has in the context of intracontinental trade. But I think it's the way to go, because it's more, you don't have, you'll have some issues of, even the paper money will have issues as well. So nothing is nothing man-made is perfect. So you shouldn't discount it because of the lack of knowledge on how we can mitigate those problems. So yeah, definitely that's in my opinion. It's trade is it's very simple at the core of, if you have something that I want from you, Israel, or then you have something you want from me, how we can exchange it. Definitely digital currency is a medium, and I would like to learn more about it, and and if we have another go around meeting about it, then definitely can be prepared to take a look into it a little bit more deeper, and we'll learn about it as we go. Other than that, then that's all I have to say, and thank you for the opportunity, and it's always a pleasure to be with you guys. It's a fun atmosphere, so I enjoyed and learned a lot. Thank you, guys.
Keizo, what was that? What was that message you left in the private chat that I don't usually like East Africans?
Yeah,
you
guys,
want to bring that discussion here?
Response in the private chat. I don't think this will take us somewhere else.
Exactly.
You respond, then we'll be out of the topic. What I'm gonna say is, thank you, AG, for your suggestion. I've asked the guys to just share their emails, so that we can have this topic. And we have tried before. To be honest with you, AG, we've had two guys, one from Sweden and one from Sudan. I think he's in the Ukraine now, but he's from Sudan. So I'll also try to reach out to them again and see if maybe they can join us, and then we can have three people, and then hear their view, and and just see how much we can learn. I think if we have a lot, maybe two people who are into this thing, it'll really help us a lot. But obviously now we've got one person. Hopefully the one let me keep quiet about that. But yeah, so thank you, AG. That's just another question that I was about
Sure,
to
you're
ask.
welcome.
I think, what was it? What was it? Oh yeah, like for example, with because I've heard people talk about the regional. I think even AG also mentioned the regional, even on the comment section saying regional integration first and all that stuff. And as we see already, there's already those regional players in place. And I see ECOWAS, the ECO will be launched, I think 2027. That's their the time that they're gonna really, I think, roll it out. And I'm not sure about East Africa. South is also still a bit quiet in terms of their time frame. If they're gonna adapt it, it looks like it's just something they talk about. They don't have even a proper structure in the SADC region. So I don't know about there in the north in terms of the Arab League, what's their plan that side. But the three regions that I mentioned in Africa, there's discussion. I've read their main websites. There are plans to do such original currencies, but the one that's really taken off, it's the ECOWAS one. So when somebody says the East Africans need to take it and what, but it looks like the West Africa is gonna be the first one to launch.
Well,
Yet,
that's what you think. I'm thinking the opposite. So I don't know because I know my people. So I know them. You know, they like saying so much things. They talk about the echo. The echo was going to be launched last February last time, and it's just so I don't know. So I'm just watching my people. There's so much politics, and everybody's a chief. You know, so it's difficult over there a little bit.
But I think you are mistaken though, because I used to think like that too before until I found that East Africans do have those type of issues too. It's not only one-sided. Africa, the whole Africa has the same problem. That's what I found. In some
Kenya,
areas, West
I
Africans
get
are
you.
ahead.
I get you.
Kenya, Burundi,
My problem with
Rwanda.
ECOWAS is just two. The majority of those countries are French, if I'm not making a mistake, are French-speaking countries, right?
Yeah.
How they have to deal with France through Nigeria. That's something that you're not taking in consideration. Those countries have to make a separate deal with France before making a separate deal with ECOWAS.
See, Nigeria has 60-something% of the GDP of the ECOWAS nations. Population-wise, we are 50-something%. Even add Ghana, add Sierra Leone, add the English-speaking countries, you can see how dominant these groups are in that region. So the French countries, yeah, they do have influence, but maybe we should not overstate it because the numbers don't support it.
So what I would suggest, I would say Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Liberia, start your ECO, then ask the other ones to come in later.
It's funny, isn't it? None of them. When the French hijacked the ECO with the French-speaking countries, you didn't hear the English-speaking ones say, you know what? If they do that, let's do our own immediately or something. But I think what they want to do is they say they want to have a talks with those French-speaking countries.
That's the thing. That's the thing. You know, France is really in those people's like on their neck because France has a lot to lose if they lose that reserve coming into France. Yeah, that's why I think it's going to be like really complicated because what did they say? We're gonna what did this guy say? What was he called? The president of France, Macron. He said we want to peg it to the euro. So they say, oh come on, why do you want to peg it to the euro? It's not a European one. It's an African thing because he does not want to completely let it go because now they have the franc CFA is controlled by France and that money you can't use it in France. You take CFA and go to France, it's nothing. They don't use it. It's rubbish.
You have to understand these people. Their calculation is very, it's more involved. The way they calculate things is not that straightforward. Like the French now, they could be thinking, okay, even if we say these people should have their currency, first, we don't want that. We are going to lose money. But there's also the other disadvantage. They'll say, if we disentangle ourselves from these people, the North Africans will just swoop in and take control again, and then that disadvantages them. Because remember, North Africans are facing the French right across the this in the Mediterranean Sea. So that
What do you mean by
disadvantages
facing the
French.
French? French is stronger than all
Because
of the French.
but you have to understand, but that's what geopolitics is. Because they're always thinking about the dynamics of power, how it is flowing. Because we look at the northern African countries and the ones in the Levant area as benign right now, because there is a northern power. But if the northern power is taking off, then you just energize the ones in those regions again, and then the black Africans will have other things to cope to deal with again. So it's not, their calculation is more convoluted. It's not as straightforward.
Well, I don't know. I was just thinking it's more. I just think the people in the East are more free. You know, they've got more freedom. They can choose easily. I might be wrong, but
no, we don't have any issues in East African Federation. The countries are Burundi, Kenya, Tanzania, South Sudan, Rwanda, and Congo is.
Congo is Central Africa.
You don't have any problem, but you missed out the biggest country there.
It's just big and it's got life.
What happened to Ethiopia? Why is Ethiopia missing? Ethiopia is clearly East African.
It's not in the. It's not in the federation.
The horn, though.
Ethiopia is the horn. You know, we don't like to say it, but the horn.
The horn is East Africa. What is it? What is this horn thing? The horn is East Africa.
That's what you think. They're considered it's horn of Africa.
That's ridiculous. You see, they are just coming up with stuff to create.
No. They have a reason for that. You know, they may have. I may give them. They may have a reason for that. Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Somalia. That's horn. Everyone knows that. But we can call them East Africa, yeah. But the horn of Africa, we know why we call them horn. You know,
why?
People they tell they look different.
Why? Because geographically they are not East Africans.
No. Because they look different phenotypically.
But just because they look different doesn't mean you should separate them from East Africa.
No, nobody's separating them. Ethiopia is not joining the East African. Has it joined? I'm not sure. They're not part of it. Nobody accepting them not to come in. They don't want to come in. That's the problem.
No, but Somalia has actually applied twice to come in. So Ethiopia is a different case. You know, it's trying to build the country and become
Who has put the generator on now? Nigerians are not here. I'm the only Nigerian here, aren't I?
Yeah, and Niger, technically, Kenya is actually on the horn as well.
Who is using generator other than me?
Hey, tribal African. You just joined a generator now. What's happening?
Oh, he's Nigerian, eh?
He's Cameroonian. But you know, you guys are like brother and sister, you know?
Yeah, of course. Like there's a border tribe, Cameroon and Nigerian. Like who in Cameroon, we call them Nigerian. Those in Kajas, we call them Cameroonians. So they're just, well, okay, whatever. So, well, we are really close. Like the English part of Cameroon, we're just like Calabar. The people from Calabar, it's just like the same. I've been there, you know, their food, and it's just like, yeah, you know.
So I have a question for the panel. So why do you guys choose to remain in America or the UK instead of being on Africa on the ground?
That's easy question for me. For me, I have a business that I'm financing now, like for my own pocket, you know, and I expect in 2 years' time it's going to be able to finance itself. Then I'll spend less time in my country than here. Now, I think for me, that's the main reason I'm still here. So I'll still have to work and still finance it, like pay people, you know, with my own money. So it's picking up gradually. So yes, I'm doing like food production and food processing, you know. So yeah. I've got like 25 employees now. So yeah. So each month is plus minus, so I'm just trying to do it, you know.
Is that food processing in your Nigeria or
Cameroon?
Cameroon, oh, good.
Yes.
That's good. Well done.
Yeah. No,
Kezo,
but that's not
I think Kezo, you had a school or something. You were doing something, a project about a school.
Yeah, it's a primary school. We're just still trying to grow. It's mostly subsidized, so we're not making
Guys,
profit.
can we leave the light conversation for closing after we've prayed and close this topic? You know how we do it. Like after we close the topic and whatnot, then we can have a chit chat about personal life and those who are going on holidays, having to hide their like to Niger. So we can have
some
I
tips
never
of
said
hiding.
anything.
It sounds like a Friday. It sounds like the Friday midnight cocktail session to me.
Yeah, we'll have those just after closing because obviously I want us to close very now. And guys, one of the things that just been on my heart is when we coming up with solutions. It feels sometimes we can't really act. We so fear the Europeans. I'm not saying that we should not be looking after our own interests and looking all at our threats and stuff. But sometimes can we just do our ideas without having to worry about this one might come to kill me. If I do this, they're going to kill us. Can we just really have the courage to say, this is how I feel as an African, that we need to do things this way? Yes, whether they want to kill us or what, let them do it, but we have to be on our path to reaching changing our lives and changing our destinies, instead of us being crippled into acting. And we have to always say, oh, the Europeans, they will sabotage us, oh, the Chinese will sabotage us. Can we just have things that we can say, this is our idea, this is our plan, we are sticking to it, whether death, whatever threat, whatever they want to bring, but we are sticking to our ideas and what we want to do. But in closing, before we go on the live chat, um, my question is what are the benefits and disadvantages of having a common currency? In closing, I know we're gonna have another part 2 of this conversation, or part 3. If I'm part 3, we'll have part 3 of this conversation. What are the benefits and disadvantages of having a common currency? Your thoughts? This one doesn't need someone with so much knowledge. I'll start with Jonathan. And I'll go to Madara. Came late today. He's the one who switched on the generator.
That's not me. I just got a thing just of administrative something to say as well. It's been a very good topic. I've learned a lot as well. I've been listening to a very good panel today. It's been very topical and not very sidetracked elsewhere. If there's ever a reason somebody sidetracked it, I was jizzing all over the topic, you have to put a stop to it. But I've enjoyed it. I got a question for tonight. I mean, with the echo situation, I realized with France how they saw it is if
you just told us that being out of topic.
Let's tonight just said something that I really wanted to get, but I'll leave it.
You'll ask him this question after we close the show. On the light topic, normally we close with just small chats and stuff. We can do that. So I'll start with you, Madara, since you hijacked and came late. What are the benefits? What are the benefits? What do you think will be the benefits or the disadvantages of having a common currency?
Having a common currency, it makes your currency more stronger. It makes the value of your market more stronger as well. Having security as well is good, and it if your currency is strong and you're doing very well and you have a position in the world, how can I put it? In a way, it raises the values of your people, your products as well. The disadvantage, I would say, perhaps will be the bureaucracy of managing it as well, all over the place. It might be too much, but there's a lot more advantage than disadvantage in it. But I think we can go regional, but with a roadmap to one currency.
Okay, thank you very much. And then I'll go to AG. I know he had already said some of the stuff, but in AG.
Yep. Yeah, definitely the benefits is what comes to our vision first and foremost. Definitely having the common currency will strengthen because most of the trades that are done at the country levels is done with money that we don't have. It's really not empowering the whole continent. So definitely having currency that we can exchange amongst ourselves without any other control will allow freedom of trade, and with that comes prosperity, and it will enable the unity of the continent in a viable way. Definitely. Downsides to it, since is the negative aspect of what would be maybe the challenges. I mean, challenges by itself will always be there, but the challenges can these are political challenges, especially external, that were mentioned earlier, as well as some issues of black market being used, and those kind of. So basically, shifting resources towards those areas will be done, and so basically that shift of resources is, in my opinion, what the challenges are. But then again, it's a must that if you weigh the benefits against the cons, the negative sides, definitely the benefits outweigh. So that's why it's an incentive to really learn into what we can do as far as coming up with this currency, and regional for sure. And I kind of heard that we are, especially the Horn of Africa, I believe is East Africa. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to learn about it, but having regions based upon what each region can use, and then be able to integrate those currency within these regions is definitely the way. But it doesn't have to be linearly. Can be done while we do other things as well. Yeah, definitely the benefit outweighs the negative aspect of it. So we should really look into this. In fact, it should be the priority as far as how to achieve unity. So if we are talking about unity, then it comes with the strength in economy. So without the strength in economy, then it's definitely not an issue. It's going to be difficult to come up to a unity level, and unity doesn't mean like breaking other things, but really starting with something new like this, that what we're talking about. So yeah, I definitely see the positive aspect of shared currencies, but before moving into direction, basically it has to outline what other things will come forth as far as what we think are the negative aspects. So if we have directions as to what we will do to those tackles and moving ahead, if we're prepared ahead of time, then it shouldn't be a really frightening situation, and something that we just discuss and talk, but actually start doing really, even at different levels, at private individual level as well as regional level. Then that should be the goal. So sometimes not having those step-by-step ideas can derail such movements. So let's just take it one step at a time and really learn what it is that we are trying to do as far as coming up with common currency. In my opinion, is learning the obstacles and and how we can address all the other problems that might come with it. And of course, there will be some pressures, but hey, when who is better suited to face pressure than us Africans? So, yeah, we definitely go with it, not to be fearful of anything. Yeah, there's a pressure now. There will be, and so what? Just gotta move forward with our ideas, and I think that's the right way, actually. So that's what I think.
Thank you, AG. I think you've just answered another question, or answered a comment by Sam, saying they still killed him. Something to do with the fear to act because of other people fearing that they'll be killed, or leaders being killed, those who stand for African interests or who are promoting Africa to be independent from all these major nations. And just one thing, guys, please subscribe to the channel. And thank you that we've reached 197,000 subscribers. But subscribe, like, share the stream. We know that some of you just love joining, but you never subscribe. There's a red icon there below. You just go and click on it, and turn on the notification icon as well, so that you can join the streams when we go live, and you won't miss anything. You won't
No,
become
I'm
like
actually a member.
you're a member, Travel African, even better. You're not like Madara who comes when we're about to close, So guys, please, turn on the notification icon so that when we go live, you guys can join us, and don't be like a Madara. But I'm kidding. Madara is a good friend. I love Madara. I'm only picking up on you because I love you, and so yeah, even the only just enforcing the same thing. Please subscribe, family. Please click the like icon, and yeah, let's get the movement growing. And I'm just gonna go to let me see here. Since you were talking right now, Tribal African, your closing comment.
Well,
the benefits.
Okay, what's the benefit and what are the disadvantages? Well, that is a tough one. Since this is a relative new thing that has never been tested before, so we've not got any data, but we can always look to see for what the people using it, to try to see your advantages and try to see if we can replicate the same advantages. So from looking at the standpoint of advantages, for me, I think the biggest thing will be accountability, because if we've got a central bank that kind of disperse money to these other countries, we can easily know which country, how this country is spending their money, and we can easily track corruption among member states. And I think because of that, if we have a central one currency, I think the region or the continent is going to have a massive impact. Like, it's going to be like really powerful in world economy, in the world's economy. We can make decisions. We can be part of decision making, not just like listening and signing things. We're not sure what we're doing. But if we have that, it can make us boost our power and our influence in the world, because now we are not really seen as people who can influence anything. We're just like people that they need to help for the most part. So I think, two things for me. One is there's going to be a lot of accountability. We can see what member states are doing, follow them up, and again, the influence of these countries worldwide. And for the disadvantage, I think it's going to be like temporal, because like countries that are not more powerful or that have not got a stronger economy, they might struggle in the beginning, and we might have some rejection, and some people might reject it. They don't want it, and I think that's what we might expect. I think that's some of the disadvantages that we might have. So apart from that, I don't know much because we've not tried it. We've not got data. Yeah. So I just want to say this to Tunaja before I go. Tunaja, please, I want you to make me a favor. Don't go to Alphodamo's report channel, please. I'm not going anywhere anymore. Please don't go there. Can you make me that can you say yes?
Yes.
Yes. Don't go.
This Tunaja, I notice is attracted to debate and conversation.
Please
That's what
don't
it
go
is.
there.
He
That
can't
guy
help
is
himself.
he's anti-Pan-Africanism, and more to that, he's making fun of black people. So please, you go listen. You can go, but don't even chat. I just listen.
Guys, as I
You
said,
see how they always try to hijack the conversation.
Hey, too much. Guys, as I said on Friday, to answer Madara, you had told us and warned us that there are people who are sometimes doing other things. But anyway, we are a different channel. Let everyone has their niche and has their audience. We're not gonna bash another a YouTuber or another content creator because they're doing something totally different from us. Let them do that, whatever content they believe it works for them. And I'm sure there's people who are loyal and who love it. So let's just leave them. And I'm not gonna advocate that we talk even names and whatnot. Please, guys, let's respect them. Let's respect each channel. They have their own niche, their own people. So let's leave it at that for the peace sake. We don't want to be channel versus channel. The guys that contribute in the channel fighting another guys in that channel. So we are not about that. We are about development. We are about progress. So no any
and I think you should be strict to that.
Yes. Let's stick to positivity. Let's stick to growth. Let's not waste our energy on things that will not add any money into our account. You know.
Yeah. Sorry, my bad. Sorry. Excuse me.
But tonight, you're attracted to debate, isn't it? That's what it is. You're just attracted to conversation, no matter where it's what it is.
No, not necessarily. I think if you have a conversation about ice creams, you are not going to see me there.
Elijah doesn't have a job. He's on benefits by the British government, so he has time to be on this platform.
So you're not going to see me there. So the idea behind it is, if somebody's saying something and having a debate that I find compelling, then you get in, because sometimes these will discuss ugly things, and if you leave them on their say you don't want to get involved in the debate because you think it's ugly. Yeah, that's how you get people like Trump or Trumpites and people that believe in all kinds of crazy ideas, because people that understand the topic more don't get involved, because it's like, let them keep going, because they will mislead other people.
Are you a troll tonight?
Toniger, just your closing statement. The other things the guys can ask after the topic. Just close it as you'll forget the question and end up answering them. The benefits and you can continue.
Yeah, the benefits of this is an interesting one, because there are benefits and there are disadvantages. And for me, I'll start with disadvantages. I think the disadvantage, one of them is you lose a little bit of flexibility. Because now, if you have a single currency, whatever hits that currency hits the whole continent. If you look at the European Union right now, or even in Europe, there is not everybody that is in the euro. And the UK is part of the euro, and it's one of the major nations in there. So maybe there's something to be said for flexibility, because you don't want one crisis to hit all the entire continent in one go. Or you can also argue that maybe the absence of some people from the currency may make such an event more likely, because if you are uniform, you are more robust. So that debate occurred in the UK too. That said, that's just one of the disadvantages you get from that. On the other disadvantage is that if you you go this in global, you could also have some reverses from other groups that want to target the whole continent. Instead of targeting maybe only francophone countries, they'll target everybody. So the whole continent is a target. So, but that, to be fair, that it comes with the territory. of growth. So that's not even, I don't think that's a big problem. In short, all these advantages, you can always overlook them. But the first one, I think the first one is something that we have to consider. Maybe there's something to be said for one country being a rogue agent, being out there, doing its own thing, because it gives you an idea of what happens when you're outside. Because it's one thing to match in lockstep. It's another thing to also understand that, okay, some people are not part of it, and then they also shed light. They might even reveal flaws in the system that you build. You see what I mean? So, and organically, when we try to do this, some countries may reject it. We should let them do that for this reason. Obviously, the advantage, the advantage is that when you have a bigger combined currency, you have a lot more weight. People trust you more, and and the ability to generate more profit and growth for your countries, that the countries that are involved in that currency increases exponentially, not even proportionally. So that is one of the biggest one. It's the common sense. It's a lot more efficient too. You don't have to be converting currency all over the place, and losses are minimized. So those two major ones, I will leave it at that as the biggest. It's many, from negotiations, trade deals, name it, just so many things that it will simplify. It will simplify even the way people buy stuff. They can think, the way that you think changes too. When you are thinking of, I want to go and buy something from South Africa, you don't think about conversion of currency anymore. Those things that we do that we think is normal, if you remove it, you'll be surprised how your mindset changes. Anybody that has worked with building anything or engineering or software, the way you think of solutions is based on the tools you have. So if you have a common currency, the way we think will be a lot more advanced, a lot more progressive than when you always have to think about roadblocks all the time. Can you imagine if you want to talk to somebody and the person speaks a different language? Then the way you want to express yourself will not be the same anymore, because everything will be, will be facing blocks all the time, and it will be difficult. It's a conversation that you take 5 minutes will take 5 hours to translate the other way around. So that's what happens when you have multiple currencies, and when you have a single currency, that goes away. You have that big advantage. So it has a lot of this ongoing positives. It has too many positives, compared to the negatives, obviously. So on that front, if somebody's proposing it, I would say, yeah, obviously it's a good thing for us to do. So I will leave it there.
Thank you very much, to Niger. And I would love to give Jonathan also. You are next.
All right. Well, I think a lot of the positives are the same things that I think are so related to what might be I would consider could be a disadvantage. It's the same issues. Of course, one currency does not just mean currency. That's, the advantage of that is obviously like as everybody else have pointed out, is the kind of uniting not just the continent itself, but the people of Africa in general. We're Pan-Africanists all here. So that opens up this great opportunity to kind of have that kind of leverage, not just uniting the people, but the economy, political, and all of that, right, to a certain extent. But that also opens up a lot of unknowns, right, and especially because it's an experiment. And, and I hate to give Europe as an example in the EU, but the good benefit for Africa actually is that there are examples that we can look at not to make the same mistakes, right? So with Africa, it opens up this unseen circumstances that might happen. Not every country in Africa at the same level of development, stage of development, I should say. We already have issues within our countries, let alone regionally. So it could possibly open up unseen circumstances or unseen divisions. Currency does not happen by itself. You have to open up your borders economically to do that. When you say open up your economically, that also means your borders. And I think that needs to be happening first and test that ground before we even talk about currency. So yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, everybody's been saying it, it's an amazing concept, but in practice, and especially in Africa, we have no idea. And that's why I think it should be tested out at the regional level first. I don't think Africa is really honestly ready for that. I think that should be a common goal. A common currency. Again, currency does not stand just this word about a specific kind of bill, money, whatever. It's dangerous. So the disadvantages and the advantages are so interlinked. I think what happened if you take EU and what happened with Brexit and how ugly that was, and of course, we're talking about Europe. They don't actually, go bomb each other or whatever. But a lot of the problem that happened, as far as a lot of the people in UK are concerned, is the fact that people were crossing borders, taking up jobs, for example, from Slavic countries that joined the EU. And so that could happen in Africa. And if one country is a little bit more economically stronger than the other, and how does that work out? So until we're politically and geographically more united, I think the whole conversation about currency is almost a non-starter for me. I think there should be a common goal, but so again, the advantages and the disadvantages are so intertwined, and I think a lot of people pretty much said the same thing. So that's kind of where I stand on that at the moment. And this whole talk about cryptocurrency and all that, it's way too far off from Africa right now. It's way off even globally, really as a continent, let alone as a country. So I think we first need to talk about it. I'll just give you a great example. I hope Micah's listening. He keeps calling Gar Jerd. It's actually pronounced Gar. It's Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. It shows you even within that specific thing that should just unite Africa, because it's going to get Africa to produce enough energy to pretty much take care of all the energy that's needed for pretty much all of East Africa and North Africa, even enough to export, right? And they can't even agree on that. How are we going to get to currency, right? So I think there's a lot more to take care of first. So currency is great. I think it's a great idea, but there's a lot to take care of first. Integrate the regions that already exist. We're very different regionally, culturally, similar in certain regions and similar in other regions. There's East Africa, there's West Africa. I mean, somebody was mentioning the fact that Ethiopia is not even a member of the East African community right now, which I believe that they should. And hopefully that will end up happening soon. So yeah, there's a lot that we need to figure out before we even talk about common currency. That's where I stand with that.
Thank you, Jonathan. And for the guys, for some people who might not know, they in the SADC, there's what we call SACU. They have a similar. They're not using like the currency is kept. Each country uses their own currency, but they all have the same exchange rate to the dollar. For example, in SACU, it's South Africa, Namibia, Eswatini, Lesotho, and I think Botswana. But Botswana is it's a bit different. But those 5 countries, they're called SACU. They also have the same exchange rate to the dollar. For example, they're using the same. So, and they've been doing that for the longest time. So such a model is already there in Africa. For those who think there's no such a thing, it's there. It's just the only thing they can do is they can just choose the currency and say we are going to use the SACU dollar, for example, and it'll just be the name change. But currently, each country still uses its own currency in terms of the name and stuff. But they're all kept in the same level. If it's 15, if $1 equals to maybe 15 or 10 South African rands, that means the same for Eswatini and Namibia, Lesotho. Botswana, it's a bit different, but they are a member, but they're not really fully kept on that exchange policy. But they are part of the SACU thing. So there is a region already that's already practicing it. It's just a matter of growing the numbers and obviously eventually changing to a specific name for all of them. So, but anyway, because I see people talking about it not being anywhere close, but all I'm saying is there is such a thing already. 5 countries that have been practicing this for over 20 years now. And I'd love to welcome our Mandatezi. Mandatezi needs to go to sleep. The wife called him. Mandatezi.
Yeah.
Sorry, I need to go, brother. It was a pleasure for me to be on this panel with these intelligent people, constructive discussion, and beautiful panel. And I hope we meet again some other time online. I need to go. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Travel African. Mandatezi.
Yeah, I'd like to say that the advantages of having common currency are very high. When you talk about the disadvantages are quite are actually advantages, because I feel like when you have a common threat of when you have a common currency and that looming threat that one bad thing can spoil everybody else, I think that keeps people alert, and I think such a threat is very important for the evolution of, especially for country in Africa, because from what I see, like when you look at Algeria and Morocco, these guys have been in some sort of arms race between each other, and because of that, I think their militaries have benefited. So I feel like that is something similar even in the West, where countries like the US or countries like maybe the UK, these guys aren't like Africa. I feel like these guys, when they mess up, their consequences are usually dire, because it's either if they mess up, it's like they'll be invaded or something, because their enemies are not small enemies, their enemies are huge. So you find that having a common threat even in Africa, I think it will just keep some fire underneath our feet and keep us alert and start, So when you have a common currency, I feel like that will be good in that sector. Now let me talk about the advantages. The advantages is the Central Bank of Africa. That will be if it exists, it will be a very powerful bank. It will be as powerful probably as the World Bank and the IMF. It will be that in that league. It'll be. I won't be surprised if it exists that they will be actually giving loans, maybe even to a European country. If it reaches that level. So that would be a very interesting advantage, and it will be a big player, in the global financial system. That is one of the biggest advantages I think I can see. And when it comes to crypto, I think my brother who spoke before me, I think he already gave, I think I have the same opinion as him, but it's fairly experimental at this stage. And people who buy cryptocurrency, they're not buying it to use as money. They're actually buying it as speculation that it will become more expensive or it will increase in price so that they can sell it later. So until it becomes widely accepted, in Africa as currency, I think that's when it will be successful. But at the moment, people just buy it for speculation that, that it will increase in value in the future and they'll sell it off. I think that's all I have to say. You guys have a good night.
Thank you, Mandatezi. To tomorrow. Hope to see you tomorrow again. And have a great day. It's already Monday. I know you're probably going to take a shower, a bath, and then you'll go and make some bread. Thank you, Mandatezi. And Dr.
One thing. Yeah, one thing before Ezra, Mondatezi is gone anyway. Before everybody leaves, I just want to remind everybody to pray for Marie Antoinette, okay? I just want to make sure that people pray for her. It's something that is, like I said, like I promise, every day we'll pray for you, Marie Antoinette, to get better and to be to heal. Even though we have those conversations, I just want to make sure that people pray for her. altogether.
I did that yesterday and I did that today, by the way, Biggie, because
Yes, sir.
you know, there's a
Every
family
day.
here, so
Yep.
I do, yeah.
Every day.
And Mary Antoinette,
Yep.
you'll be good.
Amen.
Thank you, Biggie, for reminding us, Marie Antoinette, and she is here. So, Marie Antoinette, you know we love you, and we are still praying for you, and we'll continue praying for you. Even tonight, before we close, we will pray for you. So, Marie Antoinette is there. So, thank you for all your support. I mean, for air condition to be awake or waking or watching us this time. I know she's in the Caribbean, but it's really encouraging, and we love you, Marie Antoinette. So yeah, thank you, Biggie, for reminding us. And Dr. Polymath.
Yeah, so my opinion on this is simple. Any new currency needs to be blockchain. That's the future, and we can't be waiting for kakunas to tell us that it's safe to implement it, because we're going to be in the age-old problem of trying to catch up. We're never going to catch up. The only ways we're going to win is if we are actually pioneers. So that's the first one. There is no way we can make a currency unless it has, crypto technology within it. And if we do that, I don't think it's going to work in transcontinental African because of certain geopolitical issues, wars, and etc. What will happen, I think, more successfully is regional currencies that then, when certain issues are solved, then we can create more like a, transcontinental currency for every country. So right now, I think East African community needs their own currency in a blockchain like China. Same with West Africa, SADC, and any other African sort of cooperation between the different regions. And yes, I believe I don't need to repeat the advantages and disadvantages. The main advantages would be that wasn't mentioned is basically it's going to be ease of trade for especially companies when they're trying to pay for products and services, and also taxation. If this currency is digital, you can track people and basically make them pay taxes, and then this tax will allow you to pay for the regional intracontinental amenities such as roads or any sort of investment that is required by the people to do trade.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Polymath, and I love to give my brother Pi. You've always thank you for your support, always on the comment section and even on the live chats, always contributing. Thank you, Pi. Your closing statement?
Yeah, I'll go with the disadvantages first to end on a positive note. But I think the main, at least in my opinion, the main disadvantage is it's a sovereignty thing. Because if you have an integrated financial system, you have to create a financial system where everyone's included, and there's good representation in the different regions, so that it can remain stable. Because also I mentioned before, like, there's a financial crisis in one region and there's a common currency, is going to affect everywhere else. But as far as the advantages, I think the advantages outweigh the disadvantages by a lot, because if you have a common currency and it's stable in Africa, we can develop a lot faster. I believe we can develop a lot faster. But in my opinion, we all have a different opinion. It has to be backed by the actual resources that we have. So that instead of it going outside to the foreigner, instead of it going to the US and Europe and China and then stealing our foreign resources and using it, we should have it so that our one currency is backed by the resources, so that we can make money from them, instead of us getting pennies on the dollar on it. But yeah, I think that advantages totally outweigh the disadvantages, because we'll be getting actual amount of money, because the rest regions will be interested in the other region's security if our financial system is connected. But anyway, that's just my perspective.
Thank you very much, Pi. What time is it where you are at the moment?
Oh, it's 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Wow.
Sometimes I'm only on the comments because it's like super early. And I'm busy that day. Yeah.
By the way, Pi, it's nice to hear your voice because we chat all the time in the chat section. So nice to hear your voice.
Yeah, I know. I know most times, I think we only chat maybe like twice, probably, I think, in person.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Pi. And I'd love to hear the voice, the chief. Your closing thoughts?
And this is, I think, one of the intelligent conversation we had every time we do, but this is a most difficult subject, really. If you look at it, it involves a lot of things, and to come to this kind of conclusion where our thoughts and processes and what's best for Africa, the currency will become the main unity for us, because one of the things, all the benefit that was said by Tanaja, Pi, Jonathan, Dr. K, everybody puts it on a benefit and as well disadvantages. So one of the one of the things that I always talk about is to go for the low hanging fruit, and one of the low hanging fruit is ourself. How we trade within Africa. Africa is costing her over $5 billion every time they do intra trade, because they have to find a hard currency. And that right there, that 5 billion a year, that will help us to put it in the infrastructures. We can save a lot more money. So we're going to have to hurry up and really, within the regional that we have, with whatever that we have, we need to think that Ghana came in with some of the system out there. They're paying for the trades within your own currency, within your own country currency. But what it does is it start becoming like a brush fire to really not to pay for hard currency, but invest in within our own nations, and that's going to help Africa. So the first thing is how can we get these kind of trade agreements among ourselves? Once we start paving that road of intra trading and having to trade within whatever currency that we have, that will evolve us into the next step of one currency. The other thing that I look at in the near future, that I want all Africans, especially those that are in the financial institution, those are the one that in diaspora or local, everybody has to really pay attention to this crypto currency, because even the federal government, the U.S. Federal Reserve, is still considering this digital central bank, a central bank for digital currency. So once this thing hits, we don't know how the dollar is going to be affected, and where we have a bunch of dollar, like China has a lot of US dollar currencies in her reserve, and I don't know how much is going to affect us. But for us, we want, if they're going to go on that digital central banking on the they call it CBDC, that means it's going to affect us. So let's get ready and start learning a lot more. Let's have that education going so we can be aware what's coming down when they decide to really go through that road. What's going to be for Africa? What can we benefit out of it? So the cryptocurrency and all these, we need to really explore that at the same time that we have our own one African currency. We still have to play and level with what's coming on this new future. So the youth has to be educated on what it means, because a lot of people missed the boat when Bitcoin came, and it was like on $1, less than $1, and now there's like what, $53,000. I mean, it's just it just bloomed, and again, that thing is not going to go away. And now that they're really focusing the digital market, we Africans should be really readily understand the mechanism and how this thing works for Africa, for our benefit. And one of the other thing is that we benefit in one currency is not only just we'll have a weak country or something that's not going to be balanced, is we have to have a unity because we got one currency. Just simple example, and one of our nations in Africa has been sanctioned, or two of them, or three of them, and how are we going to balance all that in order to say, hey, you know, this sanction, and we're not defending them as one Africa. So we need to defend one another. So in order to defend ourselves, again, it goes to the basics, is to have a very strong military. We're going to have a very strong security for the people. So all this sanction comes, when you sanction it, you're sanctioning the whole Africa. You sanction one African country, the whole Africa is sanctioned, and we should be responsible for that. So that's how I look at it. The benefit is there. The disadvantage has been listed. But right now, what is going to help us is for intra-African trade. These are the things we need to focus, so we don't have to pay hard currency there's fees to obtain hard currency. That's what I really put myself for this one African currency.
Thank you very much, Biggie. And thank you, family, for joining us. For those who are here, please subscribe, turn on the notification icon, and like. As you know, we are on our way to 200,000 subscribers. That's our goal for the coming month. And it'll be really nice to start a new month on a new number as well, 200. It's a new number, the second of the month, and obviously 2022. But anyway, family, thank you for joining us tonight. It was great being here with you, and I know people are advocating for longer hours, but we are trying, and we are building. So support us, subscribe, support us, so that at least we can reach more people, so we can also have more content as well. So yeah, I think for tonight we can pray for Marie Antoinette. I think Biggie, I'll ask you today just to pray for us, and I'll just do a declaration, and then we'll call it. It'll just be shalom for tonight, and then tomorrow, hopefully, we'll have another midnight show again after His Excellency. Biggie?
All right. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. My prayer today, and in fact, my deepest prayer for one of our family member, for Marie Antoinette, whatever that you have, or whatever that comes through your illnesses, may Xavier wipe it out from you. May the blood of Jesus plus through your vein. Let the healing starts. That was yesterday that we heard, and we are really praying hard for you. Lord Jesus Christ, please understand our family. Please understand their helplessness. Help them when they need you. Hear our voice. Hear our prayer for our unity. And this is one of the unity. We always seek to help those that are sick. We're always here to help those that are thirsty. We're here to help those that are hungry. We are here to pray for those that are desperate need in the condition of living. We praise you, Lord, to give us the strength. And I know you heard my prayer. I absolutely believe you heard my prayer. Bless my family on this panel, all the commentators, been great. And thank you, Lord, for giving me all these friends and family that I didn't have yesterday. I pray to maintain us, to help us, to bless us with everything You, God, my Lord, may the Holy Spirit come to us, to our sister, Marie Antoinette again, my Lord. I know you hear my prayer. I praise you. I glorify you. In the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name. Amen.
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 Beautiful.
Amen. 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 Marie Antoinette, we speak healing, we speak total restoration, and we speak life into your body, and we pray for strength in Jesus' mighty name. We speak healing, we pray for strength and total recovery, perfect healing in Jesus' name. So, Marie Antoinette, as Biggie has declared and also asked the viewers as well, that we'll be praying for you every day, and family as well. If you are one of our family, you are a family. If there's anything that you feel that sometimes we need to pray for or you need help with, sometimes come and just say, you know what, I've got a sick child, I've got this. We can just be here and just pray. As that's all that matters. We are not just a family just discusses issues of the world, but we know that we have a life beyond all this, and we want you to succeed, and we want you to be in good health, and we want the best for each and every African and each and every member of this channel. We wish the best for you guys. So yeah, that's just that in short. So
Yeah, I just want to emphasize on what I said. A family, friends that I didn't have yesterday. You're all my family. No matter what our differences are in opinion, it's just the opinion. When it comes to be humans, hey, in this platform, we met. And you're always going to stay family. I always pray for the whole platform, the whole members, and beyond that.
Thank you, Big.
Thank you, Ezra. I know that you've had a long day.
No, it's this morning for him. He's gonna eat breakfast. He's gonna eat breakfast.
I keep forgetting. I know. I think it was
I'm actually eating it right now. That's why I was hurrying up.
Desi that said he has tactical sleeping something that he's doing, because I can't imagine. But thank you as well.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. Thank you.
Ezra doesn't
double thank you.
Somebody said he's a vampire, so who knows?
Guys, this is simple. It's just you need to know when to sleep. It's all in you. Your brain, the way you wire yourself for a pattern, a routine. They say apparently a routine, you build a proper routine in 21 days. Normally it says 21 days. If you repeat something for 21 days, then it becomes easier to follow up. So yeah, it's a routine. For example, if let's say you're in Africa, and you know that you have a show at, let's say, 8 p.m. and you've got a show at 8 p.m. and maybe you take a nap from maybe 5 or maybe 4 till 6. You rest. Then from maybe let's say 6, you wake up, you stretch, drink some water, and just sometimes take a small walk. I mean, just walk around your house, your yard, wherever, and then come and start something. Maybe prepare. And then when the show starts, you still feel refreshed. Or take a shower before starting the show. I'm telling you, it works. It works. It works. Or if you're studying, it's not just about shows and all. Even you're studying, sometimes for you to really have the strength is sometimes even if you take 1 hour of a power nap, just 1 hour of sleep, and when you wake up, you stretch, drink water, open your books, you study. It'll work wonders. Unlike trying to force to study and you are so tired, or you feel that you're not in the mood. Sometimes just try to look at how things that will make you more productive. Your body does need rest. I also rest. That's why I sleep in patterns. I don't just sleep like, I know some people say the doctor will tell you 8 hours, but you can do 8 hours in between working and sleeping, working and sleeping. You can do it. It's doable, and you become more productive. Sometimes sleeping 2 hours, that 2 hours you find that you've pushed 6 hours of studying with at ease, with no disturbances, your brain just functioning well. Then you go and rest again, and when you wake up, you still feel strength. Everything can memorize things, and yeah. But hey, for different people, different things work for them. Some people need that 8 hours, then they'll function. But if you want to do a lot of things, there's no way you're gonna sleep 8 hours straight. If you're busy with so many things, there's no way 8 hours will work for you.
Come on, Ezra. Let's be honest. You never know how SNN works because you will show up at any time, like today, when this whole thing started. Because I always know it starts at 1, and I live in the East Coast here in the U.S.
Yeah.
I was gonna do my 6 mile walk, and I was out, was listening to it, and it was going all over the place. I don't know if everybody else that's on here was on there on the earlier conversation that we had, and I'm like, it's over. And then Ezra came in at the end. He's like, oh, I'm gonna start a new one. I'm like, damn, here we go again now. So I got home and I'm like, I had it in the background. But yeah, today is Sunday. Usually Sundays I try not to work. I always listen to you. That's why I don't always come on, but I'm always listening even when I'm doing my work, which I'm on the chats. But yeah, Ezra, that's a lie because you never know. Your stuff goes on to 9 hours sometimes without even knowing it. I had so much fun on Friday, by the way. I think Big E was on that one, the Cocktail
Yeah, the
Friday
9 hours.
midnight session.
Yeah,
That was so much fun. I really enjoyed that. So yeah, you can plan out stuff, but SNN never works out with a. It just happens. So, but anyway, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you because I know it's a lot of work.
Thank you
and
very much.
passion, the passion that the members that we have, our family, I think as from my experience of the platform, I'm very sure every single member always had a thought during the day. Oh, I could have said that. I could have implemented that. If I'm wrong, believe me, you can tell me wrong, but everybody has a thought on the topics and sometimes Mika will come up with the shorts, like a reaction that he did, all that, just you'll see it, and you always prepare into the discussion. And now, in fact, on the comment, is very serious about sticking to the conversation. They is like, let's stick to the conversation, get back. It's like another moderators on that side, which I really enjoy. It's just a reminder. Let's get back to it. And before you said, Israel or Mika say, okay, let's go back to the subject again. So very disciplined. Yeah, once in a while he gets heated up, but at the same time, it's nature. That's how we grow. That's how we get to know each other. Again, like I said, this platform is get to know each other before we unite the whole Africa. If we cannot unite ourselves and put our word together and understand each other, we cannot unite Africa because we cannot even conversate. But again,
including Dr. Polymath, I think. Oh wow, that was such a case. Ezra, you need to go back and watch earlier today's conversation with Mika with Dr. Polymath. That was quite an interesting. But it showed me, and I meant it. Today's Sunday, and I was walking, and I felt like I went to church because the patience and communal acceptance and let's listen to everybody. That doesn't happen everywhere. People usually shut them out. That was quite it showed a lot about why I keep coming back because I'm like, everybody has a space and allowed to come in and say their mind and a peace of mind. And he was very, very disciplined this evening. So I have to thank him, by the way. I don't know if he's still listening, but yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah, it was interesting. The earlier conversation, the first session, believe me, there was a lot of things that went at it, but at the same time, when you come back and say, "Hey, now I'm learning," so which is great. In conclusion, yeah, we learn from each other and we grow from each other. Again, one thing that you have to understand: I exist because you exist. That's our narrative. This is how we live. Because by myself, I ain't gonna do nothing. I am moving nothing. But together, we can move things. and quickly.
True. And it's we, as we've opened the platform for everyone to come in and obviously voice their opinions, we will not always have people that see the world the way we see it. And if you look at him now on the second session, uh, um, uh, I didn't listen to the first one. I was just briefed a little bit about it, and I also came late because I had a Zoom meeting before coming here. So it was something that I could feel, especially when the Tezi said his closing statement. I could feel that it was a hot topic. It was really hot in the house. So, and I just, took over now. I saw him when he was coming in, and I said, I'm gonna welcome him. And just like with the Jamaica Biggie, the Jamaica something.
I remember that.
Yeah.
One.
He also always had some crazy thoughts, comments, and look what we did when he came the other day. When he came live, he changed his the way he speaks and the way he comments and the way he speaks. It was a totally different person when we staged him, So even Dr. Polymet now, when he came now, it's like he was not here earlier,
Right.
He was not a cult leader. I'm sorry, that's a joke, but that really was exactly how he was coming out.
Always gonna get back.
I was laughing the whole time. I'm like,
he's gonna hear that. He's gonna get back to you.
It's okay. I'm sorry, because I already told him like, oh my God, you're crazy. And but no, honestly, he's really a brilliant guy. But I think what Mika did was just really ground him, and I think Ezra, the other Ezra, he really kind of. Really, honestly, he like changed over, and I actually got off like an hour because it was just too much for me. And by the time I came back, it was like a totally different person, and I was like, "What the hell happened?" So I need to go back and listen to that because I didn't get a chance to hear what happened. But no, I think that's the key, right? It's always to allow people to speak their minds, let them speak, and then you give them feedback on how you feel. And people don't stay and cut on unless they feel like they have. But they also take criticism. Not everybody does, and he was willing to listen, and I think that was great. Honestly, I thought he had a lot of interesting things to say today. As a matter of fact, please, if you have his email, I think he should do a whole entire presentation. I think there's another person that always talks about cryptocurrency, but he also went into some other stuff. I think that I would love to learn. Let him come in and do a presentation. That would be incredible. I'll definitely be there.
Yes, I asked for that, but did he capture his email address?
Yeah, I captured his email address.
Yeah.
Have it here.
Yeah.
So hopefully he will have the courage to come with a presentation or come and speak about the blockchains, cryptocurrency, even forex, if he knows more about forex. All those things we need to learn. And hopefully he won't disappear on us, because we've had two guys already that were supposed to come, and so
if they all come together, that would be great. It would be great.
That would be great. Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking.
And I'm gonna reach out to them again and say, hey guys, please, where are you? If they respond and say I'm available, I'll come. Even better, So because
that'd be great.
I don't know.
Because this thing is very important for us because if it is going to be a future, we want to have our African brothers and sisters get involved. Start with it, how to harvest it, how to mine it. There's a lot of things behind it, and we got a lot of African brothers and sisters, that can do that. It's just they don't. Usually they stay away from the discussion itself if you don't know about it. But if we bring it in here and everybody else start understanding, we're all gonna learn. I mean, we're gonna learn a lot. And hopefully, if I find someone that in fact, I know my son invests in cryptocurrency.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean,
they make money. It's amazing. I think it's a selfish reason I really want to hear them present because I want to invest.
Right.
You know, maybe they'll
Yeah.
teach us some things. I'm just being funny on that one, but no, seriously, I think it's a very interesting conversation, and it keeps coming up. It's been coming up for the last 2 months in the discussions, and I think it would be great for us to learn. You know, so.
In fact, if you look at the little bit, if I'm going to make it short, but Jeff Bezos, all these rich that are Elon Musk and everything, Bill Gates, all of them said, "Oh, no, don't invest into Bitcoin." Guess what? They're the one that invested so much money in it, while everybody stay away from it. And now there's the second round that's coming. After this meeting goes on, it's going to be even on another level. So I don't know what they have under their sleeve, but this cryptocurrency ain't going to go away. It's going to be here for a long time because a lot of millionaires got their money in it. You have to think about it. If you got the millionaire that's sticking around, it's time for us really to dig into it. We don't want to be the last one getting on the tail end of it.
True. But yeah, gentlemen.
Thank you so much again, Israel. I wish you good
morning.
Good morning.
And again, Marie Antoinette, my special family member. I wish you a good morning. No, actually, it's good night, Caribbean time.
Thank you. I'm sure I'll see you guys soon, but in case you're wondering why I'm disappearing, because I always get texts like, "Why aren't you in there?" It's because I'm actually literally listening and working at the same time, but I'm always in the chat. So.
Oh, one thing that I want to remind everybody before I forget, please, I can come in on the panel, but those that's going to view it on YouTube, please push that like button, because sometimes I miss it and I have to go back again, open it and like it. So exactly. I want to remind everybody, because I know, because there was a comment, only out of 25 view at one time, only 16 had the like on it. So it was it's a reminder. Just make it a habit. Go on the YouTube, even if you come to the panel, make sure that you put the like button. It's very important.
True. So please, family, go and like the stream. If you've been watching us, just go and like, and turn on the notification icon if you've not yet done that. And if you've not subscribed, click on the red button there to subscribe to the channel. So
can you click? Can you show the subscriber before we go? So whoever is going to watch it at the end, they will see it. Okay, and the one that are still participating.
I'm just trying to get. Just show this one. Okay, since we are on this one, I'll just let me show them. Just gonna share the screen. So family, what you do is what Big is trying to okay, this is how we're gonna do this. Okay, let me just do system. Okay, for example, we are on this stream now. Okay, so for example, if you are watching now, all you do is you come here. When we say the like button is here, just click on that, and obviously you can also just click here. It will be red. Then you click on this, and then this is the notification icon as well. So this is just one of my other accounts that I'm using here now. So yeah, that's basically that. That's what you do. So I hope family now you know. Even sharing, it's just here. You click on that. Just click on this to share with family and friends as well.
Before I go, I just want to make sure that you please make sure that you do your Friday evening ones. That's classic. That needs to be like a regular. I think it was quite late, but for you, but that is such a much more relaxed. Everybody just came on and just was so much more relaxed. And because I think business work is that, the 9 o'clock for you and it's 1 o'clock for us here. But that Friday evening one was perfect because I think we get to know each other a little bit more. It's just relaxed. So promote that as well. I call it the cocktail midnight hour session.
What?
The cocktail midnight hour, like where you can sit down, have a glass of wine, and just have conversation and just relax.
Yeah,
that was fun.
I think we should have it every Friday.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Every Friday it should start at exactly. It was perfect. So thank you again, and I will see you guys soon.
Hey, Nana posted. We got 87 like, so it's awesome.
Yeah. Okay, I see that now. Oh yeah, I just checked as well. Yeah. Thank you, family. Continue subscribing, continue liking, and we'll continue with the cocktail midnight hour. As Jonathan says, the cocktail midnight hour every Friday. Join us for the cocktail midnight hour. Come with your drink. Come with your drink, and like myself, I'll have my drink here. My drink is here. My other drink is also here somewhere. Just now it's empty. But yeah, you can have your whatever you're having. Some of us are having really smooth, transparent things. Nothing hot, nothing strong. So you can come with whatever you feel comfortable. So here's my
cheers.
My cocktail. My cocktail.
Cheers.
We're gonna do a cheers,
Cheers.
I'm gonna need some people to switch on their camera on Friday when we do the the celebration.
Yep. Thank you, Nana Dream. You know what you're talking about. The cocktail midnight hour. Oh yes.
Wow,
Thank you, Lord.
Wow.
Thank you, Lord, for giving us this family, man. It's just
thank you.
I cannot think anymore, Well,
wow,
we're lucky.
The Robusta.
No, Robusta came back again.
The coffee is back again. And for some, they can also join with the coffee. I'll also have my coffee. I'll make some coffee. I'll start with coffee. And then later on, I'll have this, just to clear my throat. And
Absolutely.
So we can start with the coffee as well. For those who are coffee drinkers, we can do that as well. So,
and for all of you, happy Monday. Happy Monday for all of you. Those are already in Monday. Just about another almost 2.5 hours left after midnight. Then it will be my good morning. So anyway, Ezra, thank you so much for putting this show together. Thank you for taking the second session. You're the hero, man. You're the hero. Thank you so much.
We're all heroes. We're all together.
Thank you so much. Everybody's our hero. All right. Have a good morning. Happy Monday, all.
Cheers, Biggie. Cheers, everyone. Let's meet again tomorrow, 9 p.m. East African time. So join us. His Excellency will be here. And see you tomorrow, family.